Hello, hello. How are you guys doing? Uh, Thought we could bring you a little bit of Mega Man X command mission since it's just not been here at all ever. And personally, I love the game, so I know there's some of you that's got to love this. But we do have some important stuff to chat about real quick. The 15th is a big date for us, so we wanted to make sure to go over those really quick on the lead in and let you guys remember volunteer applications are still open, but
Yes.
the important information that has come out. Do you want to go over that real quick, Ashen, or want me to get it?
I mean, we've got so much that happened today. An hour ago, so just an hour from when we are right now, the schedule dropped. So the schedule for RPG Limit Break 2026 is officially live. You can find it on our website in a version that will auto-convert to your time zone. But if you want more information on backup games and incentives, you're going to want to head to the Discord to find the link to that version of the schedule. In fact, as always, I'm just going to go ahead and hit a little bit of a Discord command in chat to get that link populated. But what else is there, Sid? There's quite a bit that opened today.
Yeah, we're opening up event registration, hotel booking, and prize submission. The hotel booking will come after you've registered for the event. You'll get the link for that. But for the most part, if you're planning on limiting your availability based on a game you want to see, or your run getting in, which is a very common thing, I just want to let you guys know to check that out. And if you can't make it on site, look for those runs. A little bit of a self promotion here. We did that deluxe quick dragon quarter into Final Fantasy 1. We'll be doing that again on site. Ideally, I'll be fair, I did not want to do that until the schedule came out, but we had a last minute cancellation, so we had to give you guys something.
Yeah. If you missed it two, 3, I don't know, some weeks ago, we had a last minute literally thrown together in 15 minutes. Hey, we lost the run we were going to do. Who's available? What can we get? And it turns out that it was not just a run that got into the game, but 2 runs that got into the marathon back to back. In the marathon, in the same order they were in our the
irony is so thick. I couldn't have planned it if I actually wanted to.
So we get to run that, which it was a ton of fun at the time, and it's going to be a ton of fun during the marathon as well. So, in addition to all of that, schedule is released, registration, all prize submissions, all of those are on our website, rpglimitbreak.com. I need to double check myself on that. I always assume that I have said the wrong thing. No, it's rpglimitbreak.com. Great. As you register for the event, you'll get the link for the hotel booking. So much other information is in the Discord, including volunteer submissions still open. Also, next week, next Saturday, afternoon, evening, depending on time zones, there will be the annual game submission hype stream where we'll have Ghost Kumo, Ghoul, and I believe Spike Vegeta are putting together their annual, talk about the schedule, get hype for all these fun runs, and that should be happening next Saturday. So have that on your radars.
Yep. We've got the same old Sunday weekend shows. We did kind of squeeze in a Good Luck Ender Blame Ever Hate there in April. That's going to be a fun one to figure out because I know I'm doing it. I just don't know how I'm doing it. But that's just kind of how it goes around here. So I think we pretty much covered everything.
Yeah.
So we can get into the show that everybody's looking forward to, a little bit of Mega Man X command missions, which has never graced the channel. So I'm super happy that I actually got interested in learning the run and found a runner that's active. So we looped in KingBarel, and I think that's our cue to switch over to you, KingBarel, and you want to showcase the best part that is Mega Man X command missions.
Hello, this is Command Mission, an underrated run, and that's all I've got to say. So, are you ready?
We're ready.
Yep, feel free to count us in.
Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Woo! Good luck.
Thank you.
So I am not at all familiar with this game. Can I get just a quick rundown of what this game is? When it came out, where it came out, who it came out, all that fun jazz.
So this is a spin-off of the Mega Man X series. 2004, so this would have been in between X7 and X8. And it's just a standard RPG with some familiar characters like X and Zero. Axel's in, a lot of enemies you've known from the Mega Man X games. They're in. But yeah, that's a quick overview of this game.
Yeah, it's a Mega Man X kind of being notorious for being a heavy action series with like some very minimal RPG elements if you're really like being pedantic. I've always like tried to gaslight myself into believing it because I've been a long time X2, X3 runner. But yeah, I haven't had the gall to submit it to the games committee yet. I think they might just kick me off staff if I did that. But this one's an actual RPG. Yeah, the launch window being between X7 and X8 is pretty dubious, honestly. Both of those games are pretty notorious for people not appreciating the quality. But this, I would say, is a standout. It is by far a much stronger entry in the Mega Man X series than 7 and 8. And I very much am not like they're bad games. Each one of them, I think, kind of has their own merit. As a game itself, X7's kind of a... X8 I find is enjoyable, but we're here for command missions today, so that's enough derailing.
You'll notice that I'll be in a lot of encounters. That's because one big flaw of this game is that encounters are just high, they're random, and yeah, there's not much to avoid them. There is an item that you can half your chances, but in a normal run, you just don't get it because you have to go through all these steps and all that. Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, this one seems a bit goofy because like you gotta actually hit the button at the right time, and if you don't, the game's like, no, do it again. It's a bit hard when you have people yapping in your ear to time the audio cue correctly.
Yeah, I've missed it a few times by like a few frames. It's really annoying.
Yeah, luckily, one thing I noticed when I started trying to learn this was that you can just like buffer the run input, which is so cool. There's like no lag time. You just hold the button and go. Like, all right, I'm out of here. Yeah, I mean, I wish this game... I'm really hoping that, you know, that this game gets some sort of re-release in the near future. Maybe even a sequel or something. It's such a cool game. It's right up there. It would be super dope if we got like a Mega Man Legends collection along with this. Speaking of collections, we do have a Star Force set of runs next weekend, and maybe Battle Network at some point. Got to get that planned, but it's in the front of my mind. So we just unintentionally had a double week of Mega Man. This is the stuff that kind of separates runners from like being able to do this optimally and not unfortunately. Zero's hyper mode here uses fighting game inputs to like just absolutely melt bosses, and if you can't do it, it's a sad state. You're in a rough day. Wow, I didn't know this guy could miss. Dope.
For some reason,
it's kind of Go ahead.
For some reason, when anybody's in hyper mode, there's a chance for some attacks to flat out miss. So Yeah, hybrid mode is actually really good in this game. It boosts most of your attack or just your stats in general, and an evasion factor. But you have a certain amount of turns you can have it.
Uh-oh. We're getting Dragon Slash today. Oopsie.
Yeah, I don't think that'll kill.
Yeah, unfortunately, this run kind of like hard locks you based on your ability to input. The way that it works is you have 100% weapon energy. Nice. All right, we didn't get killed. That's all that mattered. But this kind of works as a pseudo ATB system. I guess if you played like Final Fantasy games, it might be a little bit easier to put it that way. But like each turn, you get a set amount of weapon energy based on factors like equipment or level. Whether you're in hyper mode or not. It's a bit different with each character, but you can max out at 100%, which will allow you to do special commands. You have additional attacks besides just your regular shot. You have like 2 alternate attacks, which will come up a lot more later. But basically, we're kind of manipulating our WE to like maximize our super strong attacks and get the most time at the inputs so that we can put in plenty of Shoryukens to just kind of melt bosses with 0. Yeah, I think like missing content's a very common thing, honestly. A lot of games, I think, get kind of trimmed down, unfortunately. Some for the better, some for the worse. But this game has got like a soft spot in my head. And it's in that soft spot in my brain, too.
So right there, I am equipping for a fight that's coming up. So I equipped a fire missile, which this boss I will come upon is weak to fire, and I also have mega fires, which is an item that just it's kind of like a spell that as an item that you just activate that does like 500 damage or 750 if they're weak to it. But I want to have it at the top so I can just spam through the items real quick.
Yeah, it's very deceptive. I didn't really learn this till recently, but optimizing your items can be super important. Especially how some games will like kind of fade into the menu, but you can still input. So like having things at the top of your inventory where you can just mash the button and input it a little bit faster than you can actually see it just ends up saving a lot of time and a lot of brain power too. With longer runs, especially with RPGs, like minimizing the impact on your thought processes is actually really important for stamina management.
It's a pleasure.
Hey, this guy looks cool. Surely he's not a villain.
Surely not.
Man, Spider... Go ahead.
Okay, well, his attack right there, there's a few things it could be. I actually got a very good attack from him. He can either lower your health to like 25%, or he can lower your attack so the fight drags on. But that was pretty good.
Gotcha. Yeah, I usually say this before stream, but I'll say it on stream just to make your life easier. Feel free to just kneecap me mid-sentence if you got something you want to say. This is your run. I'm just here to help you focus and be the clown in chat. Is there any point where you're like at danger trying to run from enemy encounters? From like just running out of HP?
If you're not careful, yes. World 2 or Chapter 2 is the only scenario that you'll ever be in danger, because after Chapter 2, you have 3 characters, and that'll never become a problem. But after these fights, if Axel is very low, yeah, you can just straight up lose because you either got unlucky or not paying attention to your health.
Is run in this game guaranteed on use? Like you'll always run if you try to use it?
With I think X might be the only character. If you run, it's 100% guaranteed. Everybody else,
Okay.
there's like I think 20% chance of failure,
You'll fail.
which is
Okay.
yeah.
Because I did notice that like runs were fairly consistent in this game, and I never really like considered how important that is until I started running Breath of Fire 2, where like running is a luxury you're not afforded at any point.
Yeah.
Like you're better off fighting than you are running. And then that was the point where I realized I was like, this is actually a really cool thing that you can do in RPGs.
Whoops.
Oh, interesting. There's also some like RPGs where you're like, especially the blind stat like gets removed in between combat. I didn't realize it carried over in this one.
Yeah, I think there's 5 different status conditions in this game. Only 2 can carry over between fights: blindness and virus, which damages you after every turn.
Gotcha.
Here goes.
They all status effects can be negated with hyper mode. So
Gotcha.
usually status effects are not an issue. This fight may be an issue. I might miss a few attacks.
So hyper mode gives you a free full heal then, I guess, when it's activated? Well,
Yeah. See right there, I
Status
missed
removal.
twice. Yeah.
dope, dude! Call this shot! Just plant your flag, why don't you? I know the healing in this game's a bit interesting too, because it still uses the like sub-tank mechanic to the
Yeah.
point where your healing is kind of limited by the amount of sub-tanks you have, which is
Yeah.
a weird way to implement it, but like it never really seems like it's that big of an issue, at least in terms of a speed run.
If you are frivolous and not careful,
Just kind
you
of
can run
spamming
out.
it, yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
And you especially see this late game.
Gotcha, yeah. Yeah, because I like it. Wow. Just enough misses to make this a 3-turn. Cool.
Yep.
Bruh! Yeah, I do love the, like, side weapons in the game, I guess. Like your 2 additional missile pods, or whatever you want to call them. I thought that was a really cool mechanic, because it kind of...
Yeah.
It's a risk reward. Like, do I want to burn all my WP on this, or do I want to save it up for, like, a really big attack? Because you can... There are some items, or weapon pods, I think, that, like, boost your attack, which I believe they get used in the run if I'm not losing it.
Yeah.
Time to buy fire.
Yeah, I equipped that right. Yes, I did. Okay. Hello? Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool mechanics in this game that don't really show up in every RPG. I do... man, the dashing in this game can be so frustrating. That's something I learned when I was trying to pick it. I was like, oh wow, this is actually not as easy as it looks. Especially like with how buttery smooth dashing works in the side-scrolling action games.
Mm-hmm.
Versus here, where like it kind of works in 3D, but because it locks you into a direction, you feel like you're just fighting it the entire time. Like, yeah, it's faster, but also I gotta do more inputs than I should.
It can be to your advantage, like if you're on a little slope, that
Yeah.
you could get a lot of boost off that. But if you mess up one dash, you're already losing like 2 seconds or whatever.
Brutal.
Speaking of brutal, these
Meanwhile,
encounters are brutal.
Yeah, you've been getting a pretty high encounter rate, man. We usually tell runners this show is just some level of cursed. Either you're like popping out a world record, or you're going to see the most miserable run you've ever seen. I don't know why it's like that. I wish it wasn't.
Yeah.
Fall back for now.
It's very nice that the run doesn't take WE. It's just a free action. Otherwise, this run could be pretty abysmal. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter, because once you leave combat, your WE's down. But if you had to pay for it, yeesh.
Yeah, that'd be rough.
So the stars indicate you're attacking their weakness, or...
Yeah, so for those who are not familiar, there are 3 elements in this game: fire, ice or water, and thunder. And it's a circle of weakness where fire is weak to ice is weak to thunder, and thunder is weak to fire. And when you attack, you'll see in a bit. But yeah, you'll see a star that'll indicate it's weak to said weapon or attack.
Interesting. Yeah, the weakness order is kind of a goofy one, that's for sure. Because like it's when they do have the elemental weakness, it's just never consistent. Kasumi's pointing out, like in the Mega Man Zero series, it's the opposite direction.
I did it.
That is the one weird thing. This game has such a broad... Mega Man series in general just has a very broad amount of games, mostly action-oriented, but they all have kind of some shared gimmicks, but for the most part, it's very hard to, they're just not consistent. But I guess most series kind of suffer from that, even like Final Fantasy.
So the weapon I grabbed a few seconds ago, or that's a force medal, is the Eagle Eye. That's going to be very useful late game. Basically, that makes your attacks nearly 100%, if not 100%, accuracy rate. Because some weapons or some characters do not have a guaranteed 100% accuracy. So you'll see it more used for a character like Axel late game, but early game it's not that big of an issue.
Gotcha. Yeah, because right now we're just doping our stats with the power-up medals.
Oops, I make that mistake a lot.
That is also like the big difference between the Japanese and English version. Japanese version has a pretty major glitch where you can bug out your force medals and just kind of over-equip and just buff your characters to the moon without little consequence. Does not exist in the English version. So English is always glitchless just by the nature of it not having a useful glitch.
That guy can give you static, which means you lose some turns. So I am thankful he did not do that.
Yeah, I think in one of your previous records you got stunned here for like 3 turns and almost died. I was like, ooh, that's rough. Cool game.
No, this fight, or the fight we this might be my best fight ever. That was really good RNG.
I do appreciate that the charge shot is just AoE. It makes his like charge move so much better. That is one of the interesting elements of the versus the action series, where like your charge shot was just like a one hit, so if it hit something, that buster shot would disappear. So having it be AoE is kind of closer to the original one. The gimmicks in all the games are kind of like weird. It's very interesting to see how they converted a hardcore like action platformer into a RPG in a very interesting way. Hey, look, it's that guy.
Mhm.
He's our buddy now, I guess. Yo.
So, first boss in the game, while Django, he is pretty straightforward. X's hyper mode is fire, which conveniently is Django's weakness. So he'll just spam his attacks, Zero spam Mega Fires, and that's really the whole fight.
That like opening attack can stun you, I think, right?
Yeah.
Ready? Oh, shoot!
Oh no, he's getting speed.
Oh no!
I do also appreciate how they changed up the weapon design. So when you equip a different weapon, it's not all of them are palette swaps, but some of them are. But there's at least 3 or 4 like different buster designs, sword designs, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because like with, I guess it's a good way to implement it because in the original Mega Man game, it's like you change colors. Like, ooh, I'm purple now. Yeah, I think Zero's weapons are probably the most memorable out of all of them.
Mhm.
Just because, like, every other time he just has the laser saber. So there's really, like, no super interesting design to it.
Yeah.
It'll probably come up later, but I do like everybody's hyper mode kind of has a different gimmick to it. And Spider's is just becoming undamageable, which is very interesting. Super useful in certain instances, but doesn't really like speed things up. No, this isn't on any modern system. I think the only 2 releases that exist are the PS2 and the GameCube variant. Hopefully someday, doggo, gonna dog. This is what happens when I do commentary. The dogs just decide it's time to bark at their tails. Yeah, there's other ways to play it, obviously. I would say that this is a game that's worth playing any way you can, any way you have to. It's a very nice RPG. It's not very punishing. And it has some very interesting, unique mechanics that are pretty easy to understand, honestly. I mean, yeah, they're doing Star Force, so it's like this, Legends 1, Legends 2, Tron Bonne, and then I think that's it. They're kind of like... I'm really hoping that they'll just do this with Legends, because kind of orphaning this game would be a shame. It's a really good one.
I don't know.
Menu boss wins again.
Under Buster, yes. Oh yeah, this is not good.
A little bit short on cash, I guess.
Yeah, and there are some items I unintentionally skipped. I thought I grabbed them, but clearly not. Like
Such
the boost
as
and build
yeah.
stats.
Gotcha.
But no, I think we're fine. Still, just lost a few. I lost a few seconds there.
Eh.
Mhm.
At least it's like an early mistake. Missing out on a weapon would be a catastrophe. I think losing out on some Mega Fires will just make your life a little bit more annoying. Then again, I don't have. I'm not the one that has to do the frickin' uppercuts. Oh yeah, Mega Man DOS. That's a title to mention. That surely was a game. Yeah, the Mega Man Legends being the last collection feels a bit weird. Honestly, I would have thought Star Force would get the treatment last, but I guess since they did Battle Network, they just decided to hard commit. It's not that the Star Force games are bad, I just never played them. Yeah, I know, the doors are sticky sometimes. You're like, bro, what? Does this thing have a magnet strapped to it? Why?
Buster.
Yeah, so we're switching out our power-ups to WE up so that we just start the battle with a huge amount of WE power, so we can just kind of like spam high power attacks very quickly. There's ones that'll help gain you WE on each turn that we can get later, but this is kind of like the big reason that the Japanese is faster, because things like just flat WE or gain WE per turn are extremely intensive on your force metal count, because the way that it works is you have a static amount that you can increase by leveling up or picking up items, if I remember correctly. So there's only so many things you can equip without going over, which will give you negative effects. Or if I remember right, you may not even be able to exit the menu until you're under the certain amount that you need to have. So the Japanese version just kind of lets you get broken really quick. But we gotta color inside the lines here for the SNES or the US version.
This upcoming fight can give you a bit of RNG trouble. Massimo is your newest member. He starts at level 1, and he can die really quickly.
Yeah, I know. Massimo just kind of is a massive pushover. It's kind of weird. You'd think he's like really high damage and like very tanky, but he's neither of those from what I remember.
Yeah.
He's actually, well, go ahead.
He's very good late game. Early game, he's half useless.
Yeah. I remember that being a similar experience that I had too, yeah. Yeah, but being able to hard start with a massive amount of WE can let us use Charge Buster and some other cool things a lot quicker. Unfortunately, it does lose us some power, but does this hit everything? No. That's unfortunate.
It's better to take him out.
Yeah, the way that the HP system works on the enemies is actually really interesting too. I don't think we've gotten a chance to show it off, but you'll notice that HP bars on the enemies are kind of weird, where there's like a little bit of orange and a larger bit of yellow on the right side. If you get into that orange part of the bar by dealing enough damage, you can get like a team stomp on them, kind of like Persona, where just the entire team will attack. And it's kind of like a small all-out attack. Most of the time, we don't want to do that unless we have to, because it just takes a while to do it. And there's like a certain amount of time that those always take. So they can be beneficial if the enemies are going to take extra turns, but it really requires that to be the case. But the HP bar does this goofy thing where it kind of resets every time you attack them. So it's really not a good indicator of like how much they actually have left. If you notice the turn order bar at the bottom, their HP, as your HP goes down, the character kind of slides down the scale. So that's another way to tell what their HP actually is, versus the bar that kind of like refills every time. But the main thing is if you hit that orange part, you can get a stomping if you need it. So like right here, we could stomp the middle one, but not the right one. Oh, I guess I'm wrong.
Like 2 HP difference.
Yeah. The bar can be pretty deceptive on what it actually indicates. So you basically want to look at the bottom, like turn order. It gets you a much better understanding where their HP pool actually is, which is kind of nice because a lot of games, they make you jump through hoops to know what the current HP pool of the enemy is, especially versus max as well. Oh, speaking of the ultimate armors, if you guys haven't noticed, we've added Ninetails in here. So once we finish up the run, we'll go clean up Ninetails as well. And that's the kind of super boss that was added to the game that's in sort of a post-game state. That gives you 2 additional like action triggers, one for Mega Man, one for Zero, that are very... I'd say, like, they're not very well seen. Like, not a lot of people have gotten a chance to see them because of how far out of the way you have to go when it's post-game, so not everybody does that. but the like Absolute Zero design is just peak, I think. Black Zero's neat, but Absolute Zero is just the best.
Yeah, unfortunately, we won't get to see it this run, but if there's an all bosses category, we might see it.
That's the one down. Go ahead.
No, yeah, there's a boss actually in this chapter. This will have to be until after you complete it, but it requires a key to access. And there's one late game, same thing. You just need a key to access a sacred boss, and once you beat him, you get the ultimate armor. I think it's called for Axel Absolute 040. But
Yeah, it's either like ultimate armor or like hyper armor or something like that. It's such like it's a ride armor coated armor. I think it's the easiest way to put it. Because like the standard one looks like maybe you would get that in one of the main X games. Yeah, ultimate armor. Okay. It's been so long that like it's hard to remember. Especially when some games have kind of weird translations, so there's like technically two names for a lot of things. But yeah, as we mentioned earlier, like going out of the way for all these... Yeah, don't worry about it, man. We all out here have enjoy our certain things. There ain't nothing wrong with that. But yeah, going out of our way to pick up these items is going to get us money to buy other things. So even if we don't equip them or directly use them, we need them for cash because we skip like basically every enemy encounter that we don't have to fight. So we're going to be kind of low on cash the entire run, and we got to find it in a different method. Especially as you can tell, like some of these fights hit pretty hard anyway, so they're not worth the effort. That is the one like curse with a game like this, where you can run from everything. You have to like do a bunch of math to figure out if it's worth it or not to run from everything. And then, especially runs like that where maybe you don't have a metal slime routed in, but if one crosses your path, you're like, well, it's free EXP. So then you got to route on the fly to adjust for that extra stats and stuff. It can be interesting.
I like this turn order. So this is very important for the run. So right there, Massimo used Ultra Fire, knocking out nearly all the enemies. But more importantly, he did over 3,000 damage, which upgrades his action trigger. You'll see it in the Silver Horn fight, but it gives you backing up Massimo's action trigger. You have 4 different inputs, or possible. You start with 2. You have to mash for either damage, status, critical, or how many hits it'll do. If you do 3,000 plus, you'll get a crit chance. Then 10,000 plus the many hits, which that won't be until late game. But getting that 3,000 plus damage is very important for the upcoming fight.
Yeah, the like hidden mechanics of this game are quite interesting. Because like one of the other things too is not only do we want to one-shot bosses because it's faster and we aren't like on the back foot of almost dying, but like the faster we end a fight, we actually get more EXP and things like that depending on how we clear fights. So faster is better in more than just the sense of, okay, I didn't die. More so like, I didn't die, plus I'm a level up now. So if I remember right, these builds they buff your stat by 1 permanently when you use them, correct?
Correct.
So obviously, earlier on we were using power-up force metals just to get a little bit of extra damage. But increasing our stats, especially the WE, is super nice. Because that'll start us off with extra WE every single fight. Then there's that stack of cash. I believe the yellow diamonds are always like sub-tank energy too. So we know. Luckily, they coded the colors on some of these, so as long as you like pay attention, you'll realize what each thing, at least what category it's in, before you even bother trying to pick it up. Obviously, being a chess goblin is a consummate problem in RPG speedrunning, but is a nice little thing. Like, oh, cool, it's green. It's going to be a weapon. Whether it's a good one is a different story.
Yeah.
Luckily, in a speed one, I'll take anything that's free. If it's free, it's for me.
If it's strong, I'll use it. Or go ahead.
Yeah. No. I was gonna ask a question based on what somebody said in chat. There's no grinding sections. I believe there isn't any grinding. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's what I thought.
No, you're correct. All of your fighting will be solely required bosses. The XP, as far as bosses, is pretty generous, so grinding isn't required.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I thought. Meshra Gear in chat knows a lot of extra stuff about the game, so it's reminding me of like the exact quirks of the mechanics I was just describing. The force metal limit is what I was talking about with the equipped items. When you go over that, you get random status debuffs. And kind of, if you've played Mega Man Battle Network, it's kind of like that, where you mess up the custom codes and stuff, the Navi Optimizer, I think it's called. And you'll get certain debuffs, whether you're over points, colors are touching, if it goes off the edge of the grid. Some of those can be positive, but for the most part, they're negative. In this one's like your max health can drop, or you start with no WE, things like that. But obviously, like having those force metal limits, starting with 0 WE could be catastrophic. So it's not worth, especially in like a speedrun where you're trying for consistency, to roll the dice, especially when save points are kind of disparate and pretty far away from bosses, to where it's like, oh, well, I mean, it's right before the boss, so I can just restart kind of thing. It's not a matter of like dying and then respawning in the pre-boss chamber, as it were. The differences between the GameCube and the PlayStation 2 are mainly that, from my understanding, the PlayStation 2 just has a lower frame rate, so it just runs slower. The most part, like the versions, I think, are the same, whether it's JP or English. I think both JP and PS2 and GameCube version both have the glitch available, but the US doesn't. So the main difference is just frame rate, causing PlayStation to run slower, unfortunately. So in terms of a speed run, you can think of it one of two ways. It's either faster to run GameCube, which is way more expensive, or you're just running a different category in the PS2. And I tend to be like, you know what, let's just, I don't think I want to pay $200 for this. It's unfortunate. A lot of the, like, GameCube locked games, or just the GameCube titles in general, are extremely expensive, which is a bit unfortunate. The upside is there's, like, 4 people that run this game, so it's not that big of an issue yet. Maybe we'll get lucky and, if they do actually collection this or port it or something on some sort of system, we'll be able to not have to worry about it. I mean, I'd settle for them having it on the Nintendo Online, whatever thing you gotta pay for monthly. Because that would definitely be the GameCube version. Not the best outcome, because you'd have to pay monthly. All right, I'm not going down that rabbit hole. We're trying to have fun today.
Here goes nothing.
So real quick with this fight.
Sure.
So Silverhorn has a unique mechanic where if his health reaches a certain threshold, they use a move called Liquid Coating. Where basically he has a chance of blocking all of your attacks, and he does more damage, and it's just a real pain. However, what I'm doing right now is lowering his health at a certain point, where ideally I can take him out before he can use it.
This is nothing.
So right here, the fight could end, or it could go on for another however many more minutes.
Yeah, because luckily at this point,
I don't think this is gonna.
How's that?
Yeah.
Para nuttin'. Great. I don't know, maybe having 0 would be better here, even though you'd have to do more Shoryukens.
Yeah.
This one's always a funny one where it's just a kind of a mash thing and you just have more time to mash based on your WE. Luckily, it's not too hard to mash out. Man, that critical tried to carry. It tried so hard to carry. Yeah, liquid coat's kind of ugh.
Yeah. If Spider were to get 2 pairs and get a crit on 1 or 2 of them, the fight would have been over, but so be it. We're still here.
At the mercy of RNG, yeah.
Yep.
I mean, that is an RPG speedrun, right? Well, I lost 2 minutes because I didn't crit.
Yep.
Celebi?
If he doesn't kill, oh no, okay, never mind. He's done.
Yo! Liquid coat
They're
D's!
Need more power.
31 is actually a really good amount of turns to beat him.
Yeah, because like I said earlier, too, like you get some bonuses based on how quickly you finish a fight, so not only do you get more EXP, but you lose less time. It's kind of like a knock-on effect, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Save time in the fight, save time in later fights, because your damage ranges are a lot looser, tighter, however you want to look at it.
Mm-hmm.
I do love the scarf they gave Mega Man with this design too. It's pretty like memorable.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I kind of wish it like had some implications, but it is cool that you can just change the color to whichever one you want. Though I think the red and blue is pretty cool.
Don't need that. Buster. No. No.
Yeah, his hyper mode special attack just being luck based is kind of annoying. It's kind of the trade-off for having such a strong one that gives him several turns of power buff and invincibility. It would be probably less annoying if there was like a good or easy to get force metal that would increase the likelihood of getting an optimal hyper mode, but could be worse. They could charge you to use it every time. You have to pay an ante or something. It's like a good old gill toss.
Ooh. Okay, no.
Well, wait a minute. This game had some sort of Game Boy Advance. I didn't realize that there was... Wow.
This is exclusively for the GameCube. You can find certain items if you hook up a GameCube. It's almost like a radar.
Gotcha.
That just pings if there's a something nearby.
Hidden item or something.
Okay. Let me see.
Yeah, I guess I must have only ever played the PS2 version. I could have sworn I had both versions, and then somebody stole it at a GDQ so many years ago. I've been sad about it ever since. I don't know why I brought it, honestly. Playing an RPG at a GDQ seems like an absurd ask.
Yeah, so going back to the difference between GameCube and PS2, the GameCube has the treasure radar function with the GBA, and for PS2, the other difference is that you can find a X8 demo in the hub world, and you can play a demo of X8.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, healing. Like out of all the things you could have done.
Yep.
Yeah.
Here we go. Final strike.
Oh, that's right.
Um,
Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna quickly mention this fight. I want to get an Exodus, which is a equip that has 100%
Guaranteed
run.
food, right?
Yeah. Which I'll have one more opportunity
Good card, eh?
later.
Lame. Can you buy one of those, or are they just prohibitively expensive?
You I don't think you can find them at
So.
any shop. You'll just have to find them only through a few enemies.
Fall back for now.
Oh yeah, force metal generator. I kind of forgot that was a thing, honestly. So one of the like all the characters kind of have their own little gimmicks, and I believe one of the ones we're picking up here was it Cinnamon, I think, or Sin. But she has like a double gimmick. In battle, her hyper mode will like heal the entire party. But outside of battle, she's actually a force metal generator, which allows you to fuse force metals together to generate new ones. Kind of like the for an even more archaic example of like it's kind of like Crisis Core's materia fusion, just in a lot less obtuse manner. The Crisis Core materia fusion's pretty complicated. That is not how you destroy an ally or an enemy, Massimo? No, it's destroy ally. Okay. I don't know how to read.
Now, getting triple riot is very unlucky.
Brit. You have a gun, use it! Thank you.
No, it's a.
That's
okay.
my favorite thing to shout in this kind of situation is like, stop trying to kill me and kill me!
Yeah.
Yeah, Cinnamon literally ruined my PlayStation 2 controllers. Anybody that's ever played, like, at least somewhat competitively, you know, as much as you can play, you know, Mario Party competitively, but, like, you know, a lot of people messed up the palms of their hands from spinning the thumbstick. Luckily, the PS2 controller has some nice grip on it. But what I mean by that is you have to spin the thumbstick to get more healing out of her. So I literally just completely shaved off the little rubberized stuff on my right thumbstick, grinding it with my palms. So there was a point where I looked at it and I just had little flakes on my hand, and I'm like, I don't think this was intended.
Need more power.
Well, I had 6 attempts to get an Exodus. I failed every single attempt, so
I'm gonna Exodus right out of this run. time to boot up the safety save. Good grief. Yeah, that's unfortunately I promised and the game delivered. Haha, you're in front of an audience? Time to make your life hell.
You're joking.
Oh, no!
That's never happened to me. That's never happened. In a
chat
Blitzkrieg.
loves.
Oh.
Good grief,
Well,
dude.
time to sit through 40 seconds of
SOS, OS, OS. Oh!
Fall back for now.
I gotta love this game.
That was ridiculous trolling.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Well, I was going to say, as long as we move right here, we can't get an encounter off these little tiles. But I guess the game got ahead of me. Beat me. You're not allowed to give commentary. No! Oh, boy. Ugh.
Yeah.
You know, I hate stuff like this because, like, the animation's just the problem. It's like, yeah, it doesn't do damage to me, but it also takes, like, 5 seconds longer than getting punched in the face. At least we got some of our tank energy back, I guess. Yeah, I remember this area being, like, pretty abysmal. Casually. The learning to, like, try and dash in between those little forced fights were really rough.
Later.
Yeah, my average run, I could either have a really good Go Deal Laboratory, or I'd be a minute behind. There's no in between.
Yeah, I got you on that one. The more traditional RPGs I run, the more I realize that it's like there's always that one place where it's just bad, and like it's either you gold the split by like a minute, or you're like, yeah, I should probably just reset.
Yeah. Whoops.
Is there any like known understanding with the encounter rate, or is it just kind of it is what it is? Like,
For the
like,
most part,
you can move a certain amount of time before you get an encounter, things like that.
Yeah, so after 2 inputs, two movement options, so either 2 dashes or 2 steps, that is kind of your only leeway. After that, it is what it is. So, you could take 2 steps, take an encounter, or you could dash 20 times and not get a single one. There's no way of really predicting it.
So it's strict RNG, got it. I know some games are like that, where it's just like, you breathe, you get an encounter. That's all it does. No! Marino's my favorite character, I think. Yeah, she's having a rough day. Marino's like one of the weakest characters, but for some reason I always had her in the party.
Her hyper mode
Her, like,
is
gimmick.
really good.
Yeah, her gimmick is that she has really high speed. Everybody's hyper mode kind of does different things. Like, X's hyper mode, everybody kind of gets a buff. The amount of, like, damage and stuff is kind of across the board. Some a little bit more than others, but, like, Zero's is that he gets the, to just do fighting game stuff. So he can just drop an ignorant amount of attacks if you're good with the inputs. X's kind of switches him from AoE with his charge up to, like, single target.
Good card.
Spiders, he gets several turns of invisibility where he can't take damage, and then gets his slots, basically. Massimo is just kind of a big F-off laser that's not as strong as it looks, but it's, not bad either. Marino's she straight up just gets turns until she runs out of hyper mode. She just takes every turn until her hyper mode runs out. Which is very, very useful. It lets you do some very, very ignorant things.
Yeah. I'm really missing that Exodus.
Yeah. We're just going to have one of those days, it seems. We're just going to be +5 because we got trolled. This is why I like keep my splits behind my notes at all times.
Yeah.
I'm like, nah, I ain't doing this today. I'm trying to have fun.
Yeah.
Getting trolled
this is the rough
on a
spot.
side quest stream? Say it if you
Yeah,
say.
pretty much. This is the the reason why missing the Exodus kind of stinks, because Spider just has higher agility, so he tends to get his turn first. But because he doesn't have that guaranteed run rate, you're just kind of rolling the dice every time. And sometimes the game loves to rub it in.
Yep. One more chance. Can we get it? No, we cannot. Okay.
Fall back for now.
Want to build Power Massimo. I think that's it. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but I don't think I am. But so this fight is pretty straightforward. There's two phases. First phase is just Psyche. He's pretty weak. He can afflict status, which could prolong the fight. That's not a big issue. His second form with Mad Nautilus can be an issue. But overall, not a terrible fight.
Giving it everything.
So actually, you can put Dr. Psyche in a almost kind of like a stun lock, where basically
He just
if he has no needles, you will keep on summoning them. And if you keep destroying them, you'll keep on summoning. So yeah, you could have him just not attack at all, which is what we're really doing right now.
Behold, my true power.
yeah, might as well. If you can just keep a boss from doing anything important, why not?
Exactly.
So I guess the only reason to like power up the status effect line is just to end the hyper mode quicker, or the special attack quicker, I guess. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah. Bosses cannot be affected by status.
Yeah, it's kind of the downside, right? Is like a third of his attack is dedicated to doing statuses, and it's like never gonna matter. The only reason you fill it up is to just end the charge thing a bit quicker.
Yep. Yeah, I'll end it.
Yeah, if I leave enough times, the cute doggo will come in, but unfortunately, you guys aren't gonna get the doggo on cam. She gets very overstimulated some days. 'Tis a curse.
So because Sigma is not in this game, Dr. Psyche takes the role of just having another form with his head just floating.
Yeah, these fights are always kind of, you never really expect it until it happens, and then you usually end up getting punked and then dying and having to come back. You're like, okay, so I can't blow my load on phase one. Especially when like phase one can so easily be like just ignored for the most part. It's just a matter of doing it as quick as possible. Do you get your hyper mode refilled in between the phases or no?
No.
Okay.
Actually, the strategized turn order, I'm going to attack even though he's going to counter. It's not going to do much anyway. But I want to preserve hyper modes or gain hypers for late game. No, I'm going to play safe actually.
Yeah, I never really made the connection that this is like a Sigma-esque fight.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's pretty good.
At least he doesn't have some well, never mind. I was gonna say at least he doesn't have some cursed way to have to damage him, and then his lid popped open, and I remembered he does have a cursed way you have to damage him. That's super annoying.
Yep.
Full WE for nothing. Okay, at least it's
Yeah.
a 2-pair. 2-pair of garbage.
I mean, if the turn order plays in a certain way, you won't even need Spider. But just to guarantee that the fight ends, I use him anyway.
Yeah.
Did everything.
Yes. Chat remembers the game a lot better than I do, and I do appreciate you guys out here keeping me on the straight and narrow instead of bold-faced lies the entire run. Yeah, I guess hyper mode restores our ends, which I'm used to because they do that with the new game pluses for Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth. You end a chapter, you get all your stuff back. And then I guess you can get hyper mode on level up, but since we're only fighting bosses, that unfortunately just kind of coincides with the end of the chapter too, usually.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say outside of Exodus trolling us eternally, it's been pretty good so far.
Yeah. It's going to be becoming a problem, like Chapter 7 and all that. So right there, I set up Deployment Center, which in a normal any percent run, glitch or glitchless, you don't need. But for glitchless, this is very important for Ninetails. This is very important because you get an item that it's called the generator. You get plus 20 AWE, which is really good. So, yeah, that's why I'm setting up a Deployment Center. There's a bit of manipulation where by exiting the area, the timer resets. So basically after 3 beeps, you'll have to wait, but by going through the door, it will reset that counter. So yeah, you can save a few seconds here. Especially right here. Yeah.
Later.
Get our turn.
Suddenly we have Axel. Yeah, we do finally get the rest of our party instead of all the fanfic characters.
Yep. So yeah,
Kind of a shame,
now that we
but-
have
Don't worry about me. Keep going.
now that we have Axel, he'll basically be in our party for the rest of the run because he has the same hyper mode as Spider, where he has invincibility, and because he's permanent, you can build hyper on him. Meanwhile, Spider he can't because he will leave. Spoiler alerts.
Yeah. Yeah, hopefully you weren't like me as a kid and was like, oh, Spider, this guy's cool. And then find out halfway through the run that you've just thrown away everything into a furnace.
Yeah. That's unlucky.
It's, honestly, as, like, somebody who played, like, most of the Mega Man X games before this, I should not have been, like, at all surprised. Like, a lot of the Mega Man X games have a deep agent that betrays you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, with RPGs, like, losing a character isn't super uncommon around this time. I think a lot of games had that. It kind of got kicked off around Final Fantasy VII. But, like, they did that in 4, too, and they did it in, they did it a lot in Final Fantasy 2, but a lot of players hadn't played that game at this point. It's just, the rough part is, like, when it's not signposted, which, I mean, killing a character or removing them from your party is best when it's not signposted. But, like, it definitely is a beginner's trap that's just an unfortunate consequence of trying to have a story that has, you know, a larger thought process rather than attack button good, you know?
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to do. So actually, one thing I discovered or pretty recently, is that to save a bit of time, you can change your bindings with your Z button from run to hyper mode because these are all forced encounters. And you'll have to use your hyper mode 15 times. By binding it to Z, you can go to hyper mode with just a button press instead of going through a menu. So yeah, you're gonna save quite a bit of time overall.
Here goes nothing. Go down. Critical. Kaboom.
So, here's a fun exercise, chat. I love, like, everybody kind of has their line. Massimo, like, says something on, like, every attack. And you're just like, what did he say? Did he say Crandall? What does that even mean? Give me your takes on some of his, like, questionable lines that you're like, what did I just hear? That's not even a word. He made something up. He's saying critical? I guess I could see that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, like
Even after
Transform!
it's one of those like I've never put that much thought into this.
no.
I've got better things to think about. Oh yeah, did we talk about the DNA? We talked about him like being a better spider, but
I don't
know if we mentioned
Yeah,
this specific part.
I'll go for it.
So yeah, Axel also can transform into every boss that you beat, which is why you're seeing question marks on some of the characters' names. But you're seeing other ones. There's only like 2 that we use, and fortunately we like already have them. But the first boss, Wild Django, hits like a truck, and it's lightning based, so we kind of just fire that off every single time. The trick is just like the button pattern is always the same, so as long as you memorize the inputs, you can get through it pretty quick and still get what you want. Though there's enough time to like be like, wait a minute, take a look at it, and then do the rest of the inputs. But yeah, Axel's actually pretty strong in this game because of the invincibility as well as the very strong single targeting damage. Whereas, like, in the other games, he's just a bad X.
So there are sometimes you'll see me skip hyper mode just because it is quicker. In some instances, it's quicker to let somebody else finish the enemy off than going through the whole animation. Oops. That instance, it was about even. I didn't really save much. But because, yeah, I had to wait for X's hyper mode text saying, like, hyper mode charges left 3 or whatever. So the whole hyper mode, final strike process takes about like 7 or 8 seconds. So if you can have a character finish it off real quickly, you can save like 5 seconds. But for the most part, it's not worth it. But if you use it in the right places, it can save quite a bit over time.
I think, like, if I remember correctly, the other struggle with X is, like, you don't get him till halfway through the game in X8. I may be thinking of X7. But,
oh, yeah, yep, X7.
Yeah. So the struggle is he doesn't get his powered up in X7, so he kind of struggles. The X is very good in X8. His Hyper Buster, that just is a big old FU beam, and then his helmet that shortens the charge time is absolutely busted. There was a point where like there was a reroute going on with X8 where there was kind of a split between X getting the charge reducing helmet and the big old beam of damage was one of the routes, and the other route was getting the one of Zero's specific weapons, the big lance. Turns out Zero's just better, but there was a point where X was in competition. He's a bit slower because you have to go pick up the capsules, otherwise he probably would be on the same time scale as Zero in terms of like how fast you can finish a run.
Yeah.
Here we go, final strike.
Yeah, he's good in X7 as well too, but the problem is you get him so late that unless you know to like ear around that, you're good to go kind of thing.
Transform.
I'm gonna play a bit safe here, because the quickest way to, or the optimal way, is just to attack him, but there's a chance he'll block your attack. So yeah, I'm just gonna Django and get a lot of damage quick.
this!
Yeah, the X7 and X8 are kind of very interesting in the way that the characters are balanced. Then X8 now kind of like has the quote-unquote superior demake, which is always an interesting thing. But X8 I always thought was a good game, but the demake like takes a good game to a great level where it's kind of hard to, you know. But I just love that the X series in general gets a lot of love. I gotta be careful because like if you guys let me get too far off the reservation, I could just yap about it all day because I never get the chance to. Command missions I swear I didn't put it on the schedule just so I could yap about the mainline X games.
Ooh. I didn't need that item, but it's extra zenny.
Wanted,
Go ahead.
yeah, kind of recover your money problems from earlier on, I guess. What I was going to ask is, I know you said a lot of your learning you kind of based off of previous runs. Was there any sort of routing you did on your own in terms of like picking up items for extra cash or things like that, cutting things out?
Yeah. For most of the part, it's not much of a big time save, but yeah, just running through this game, I'm going through like what I collect. I'm thinking, okay, do I really need this? Can I cut resources down a bit? Can I change the fight a bit? So yeah, there's a few alterations I've did on my own. National. Yeah, I think we're all set. This is one of these fights that, or actually, all fights going on for the rest of the game, you've got to make sure you have your equips right, or else you're either losing a lot of time, or the fight is near impossible. So yeah, that's why I was a bit slower, just making sure I had everything, especially in a marathon setting.
Transform!
So this is the first instance where you get to see how good Zero is. At the same time, how precise you need to be, making sure that you get the inputs. Because like Sid mentioned earlier, you need to get a certain amount of inputs, and you need the Shoryuken inputs to get the most damage. If you fail to get as many as needed or fail the inputs, it could either prolong the fight or make the fight impossible. Or most of the time, the fight's just prolonged, and you might have to burn a few resources. But
Yeah, and it's just definitely it is hard to like perform these inputs just on its own, honestly. Definitely is not any easier with the added pressure of doing a showcase run.
yeah.
Honestly, when I mentioned learning this, there were some other runners that said they had tried to learn it as well, but they got hard walled by the inputs on Zero, which kind of sucks. But that's the unfortunate reality of this. You can just do so much DPS that there's, outside of like reinventing the route to have a slower, more beginner-friendly route, you're gonna just struggle to deal with the bosses. I could see there being a very good argument for like rerouting it and removing the zero stuff, at least in terms of making it a funner run. But unfortunately, the upper time on this is always going to be gated by the inputs for zero, which obviously are going to be more difficult depending on what you're doing it on too, because of the PS2 is obviously just slower in general, but the inputs are easier on a PlayStation 2 pad, at least I would think, versus a GameCube, which has a D-pad. That's all I'm gonna say. It has a D-pad.
Yep. Yeah, I wouldn't be. I'd be down for like creating categories or something like that to make run less zero heavy, because it gets discouraging.
Yeah, because you gotta like not only you have to focus here, but like the moment you miss one, it's just a knock-on effect where you're like, great. I missed it, and then now you're hyper-focused on it, so you end up missing more because you're already perturbed.
Now it's mine.
It does get really frustrating getting like 90 minutes into a run, and because you missed a single input, like you didn't hit the A at the end there, so you didn't get a 9th uppercut, so get wrecked, idiot. It's just, I mean, honestly, this run has a very limited amount of runners, and a very limited amount of runs to the leaderboard, so it would be cool to see some revigoration, you know, in this category. Who really cares about world record, man? Like, play the game for fun. Oh, yeah. That's actually an interesting side effect I forgot to note. Notice that, like, we full healed the entire party there, but Axel didn't get anything. He is fully locked under the effect of his invincibility. His HP can't go up or down. He won't take damage, but he won't recover either until it's gone. So it's kind of like rock candies in Super Mario RPG, which you know, was a very indie game. I'm sure a few of you may know that game. But yeah, it's yeah, Red Essence. That's I'm thinking it's Rock Candy and Red Essences in certain games. Rock Candy's the damage one. Red Essence is the one I should be thinking of. But yeah, it locks everything on you, and it's kind of the same thing with zero. No statuses, no damage, but no healing either, no buffs. What would be, I think there's kind of a cap on it, because you can only input them so quick, but a test would be an interesting thing to see.
I think somebody already did it, but I don't know where. I know it's like on the Discord server, but I don't know how public that is.
I mean, yeah, that's the curse of speedrunning in the modern age. That a lot of information gets proliferated on Discord servers. So rather than it being like hard dedicated to a website or something, that stuff doesn't go seen very often, and like that information just kind of disappears at a certain point unless you have somebody that was like there during that conversation. Like Breath of Fire Dragon Quarter, the converse was actually been very active recently for like a game that's pretty notorious for not being liked. But there's been a lot of activity, but thankfully, because Rex and Dine are in there and they've been around forever, they very often are like, oh, you mean this? And they'll just link to like information. You're like, where did you get that from? And if there's just nobody there to be like the Stonehenge, you know, of the speedrunning history, it just kind of gets lost to time, unfortunately. Especially like Breath of Fire 2 is another rough one where like you look at the wiki, that information's wrong. Or deceptive, because like I was looking up something the other day and pulled it up, and it says the boss had like 12 defense, and I'm like, that's not true. The boss has 0. And then one of the other runners, Charles, is like, oh no, that's right. It's just a rounding error, so it goes down to 0. And I'm like, oh, well, that's weird. Is this a normal part of the run, or is this for the Ninetails stuff?
It preps you for Ninetails to get a certain sub weapon that you the generator gives you a plus 20 WE when you use
Gotcha.
it. So it's a really good sub weapon.
Okay. Oh yeah, I remember that. The generator is such a cool. Like, you give up one of your extra attacks, but you just get to fart out EXP on command. Or WE on command. I'm really glad that they added that to the game, because that's one of those things that is such a cool gimmick, but it just has to be there in development.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Breath of Fire 2 games has a lot of weird rounding errors. A common example that I can point to that's very easy is your dragon form does damage based on your max AP versus your total AP, which your AP is basically just MP from any other game. But if it's at a odd number, specifically like 21, 31, 41, 51, 61, it rounds and kind of cuts the one off, so it won't count that extra one. So when you have 20 AP out of 21, your dragon will still do full damage. It's a very weird thing that just like happens a lot in that game. But yeah, that's the thing with like all speedruns in general. They all have these weird like corner cases that unless you know the runner, you wouldn't know that, or know a runner. So that's the trouble with games like this too, where like the category is based on demand. So if people wanted to make that a category, there's no reason it wouldn't be added as one. There's not a lot of runners of the game anyway. As long as the mods for the board aren't total sticklers, they usually will allow it. If there's just one or two people that want to do it, that's enough.
Fall back for now. Take this! Time for a fight. There! Charge shot! Now! Yeah! Here we go! Final strike!
So this fight is required to get the booster parts, where basically you have to dash through some boulders. It strengthens your dash, and this is the only time we have to we'll use them in the run. And like if you're 100%ing the game, you only use them like a total of like 3 times. You hardly use these parts. So, my personal opinion, I don't know what's the point of them if you are going to use them just once in the game, but
Later.
that's how I personally feel.
Yeah, sometimes it's kind of hard to know what's a good idea. A lot of people in chat were making reference to it earlier that like they scrapped a lot of ideas, so maybe that's just kind of a consequence of having to speed up development and end it a bit earlier. Maybe it would have been implemented a bit, more, so it wasn't so. Oh, that's neat. I got a whopping one-time use out of this item. Thank you for Mr. MacGuffin, my favorite.
Yeah. Yeah. I think. So we get a reunite with Shadow. After an hour and a half later, we see him again as a boss. So again, another scrapped idea, as we were mentioning.
Yep. Yeah, we don't even see this guy because we can skip cutscenes, which is another mercy that we were granted with this game. Not all, it wasn't super common in this era for everything to have cutscenes skip. You know, pointing things like Final Fantasy X and stuff like that. So the fact that this has cutscene skip it was somewhat common, but it's ahead of its time in some aspects, and man, it's merciful. Because if this game didn't have cutscene skip, we wouldn't be getting cutscene remover anytime soon. I hate to break it to y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this the intro segment that you did with X and Zero, where you just played majorly as X, you were supposed to be investigating some such evil nonsense with this guy, and then he betrays you at the very end. And you're like, oh no! And I think he runs away. I can't fully remember. The exact lore in these games is always fuzzy for me. I can remember the general storyline, but not the entire ins and outs.
I might need a backup for this guy.
Let's do this.
I missed a few attacks, and yeah, if I don't do this, he's gonna half my HP, which I don't want. So
Yeah, because he luckily from
improv.
I mean, from what I remember with the hyper mode, like it only takes a charge if you actually make it to the next turn, right?
Yeah.
So if you can hyper mode and kill, it doesn't technically cost you anything.
No.
Which I always found to be a pretty interesting gimmick. A bit broken, but that really only ends up being super broken in like a casual playthrough, where you have enough power to like hyper mode one shot, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's interesting. Just gave you the three guys.
This is it.
Yep. Yeah, I specifically had Spider on the left, so he just gets booted out after phase 1.
I'll get you for this.
And actually, that's the last time we're ever going to see Spider
Here goes nothing.
in the run, actually, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, chat's been mentioning it the whole time, but I mean, I really can't like not spoil it because you kind of see it anyway, but Spider Big Surprise is a traitor! He's hanging out with his boy Kane from Final Fantasy IV. At least Kane got mind controlled. Spider's just a dick.
Yeah.
But yeah, Spider turns out to be part of the bad guys group, which is pretty cool. Unfortunately, though, like Chad has been saying, is that he kind of, yeah, I'm not saying that just yet. You know, I got you though. But yeah, the problem is that it just doesn't get much fanfare. It just kind of happens. There's really, I feel like, low indication that Zero or Shadow is a bad guy. Outside of like, oh neat, this guy kind of seems evil, I guess? Question mark? That's really all you get out of it. Yeah, that's kind of what I was referring to earlier. Chat's pointed out double from X4. Around this era, like there was a lot of them playing around with like a double agent or a bad guy character that you think is your friend, and like since X4 was a bit obvious, like they kind of ham-fisted the evil guy, you know, being part of your party, and it wasn't like very subtle. They're like, oh, Colonel, or you know, oh, General, he's seems to be a bit bad. Double, you know, double agent, kind of little on nose there.
Yeah.
I do love Zero's weapon. So we got the Z Ichimonji. Do we even use that? I don't think we do, right? Unfortunate. The Zero weapons have a lot of cool designs, like an actual katana and some other, a little bit more remarkable than Laser Saber Go Burr. No lightning loops here, just dragon uppercuts.
Run away, everybody! Fall back for now!
I was about to mention how lucky I've been getting with encounters this chapter, but of course, that was not the case. Thankfully, this chapter is pretty short, so encounters you don't have to worry about too much. It's the next 2 chapters that encounters get more of a problem.
Yeah, it is kind of funny that like the original Mega Man X games were in 2000X instead of 2000XX, and then they're like, better to be wrong than die first. So
Yeah.
I had to bump that up to XX, pretend like we did nothing wrong. Oh well, we bypassed the era. Let's go.
Yeah.
Here goes nothing!
Yeah, being in 2000XX implies that it could still happen versus 2000X, where it's like a Kojima situation. Oh no, they were foretelling the future! Memes. What are they? Where are they going?
Hardly a fight.
Or Kojima, yeah. It would be the first time that, like, media has kind of hit something on the nose. I mean, some of these things, if you, like, think about it, are kind of, like, fairly obvious where we were going with a little bit of thought. I do also appreciate that Zero has these elemental blades, too. Only thing I dislike about them is the design's a bit uninspired. The
Yeah.
big colored broadsword type thing. Like, guys, Guts is the best character ever. Believe no, follow me on this.
Here goes nothing!
I mean, if we really want to like go down to brass tacks, like X just exists because the higher ups were like, "Who's this Zero guy? We can't sell a red Reploid. We gotta sell a blue Reploid." Literally
Exactly.
colorless. Man, I can't believe it. Color racism in the year 2000. Who would believe it? It's always funny when you peel back the layers and you realize that literally some things exist, not because like it's a cool story idea, but because the higher ups were just like, no, we demand it. Red Reploids get more speeding tickets. That's some 40K ideology right there. Orc make fire, or make red go faster. I mean,
go ahead.
it's just a side topic. But yeah, I would imagine they can change their color. I mean, X does it every time he absorbs a weapon. It's just a palette swap. Go ahead. You can actually do something meaningful to the run instead of whatever I'm saying.
I'm gonna use my first safety save because I kind of fear this boss a bit.
Fair. Yeah, for people that may not be more familiar with the Mega Man X lore, which is not very deep, but it is somewhat deep. But X is built by Light, and Zero is actually built by Wily, and that's like explicitly told in the Mega Man X games. Where like the whole thing with Sigma is actually he gets infected with the Zero virus, which is like an implementation from Wily, which somehow when he gets infected, it like de-rages Zero, which is kind of goofy, but whatever. And then it just makes Sigma aggro. It's super crazy. The lore is like, what? You know what? Sure, yeah, whatever. I'm just gonna shoot things with my lemon gun. Thank you. I just figured going a little bit into the Mega Man X lore would probably be beneficial, considering the RPG enthusiast may or may not have played Mega Man X a significant amount. And with command missions being as like hidden gem as it is, a lot of people may not be more knowledgeable on the kind of like straight face lore of the series in general. Though at the end of the day, like its lore is so thin that it barely even really has any implication on gameplay until you're at like Mega Man X6 or X5. It's more so like a strap on to like get to justify Sigma coming back to life every time, even though it makes no sense. Because he's rather more a program or a virus rather than a actual robot. I mean, that's X5 was like written to be the end of the series, and then they're like, we want more money, make more, which luckily led us to this. So I'm not gonna cry about it.
Yeah.
So we get to see Marino's like speed boost here, where Quicksilver basically guarantees she gets like a ridiculous amount of turns, but that also chews through her hyper mode very quick. But it does put her in a position where she has a beneficial lineup with some of the boss fights, if you know exactly how the gimmick works.
Yeah, might be good. Thank goodness. Again, this boss scares me.
Finally got a quick kill. Yeah, this is the struggle of the speedrun, honestly. I was asking beforehand. I was like, how are your dragon uppercuts going? Because I knew this was going to be like one of the oopsies, the frustrating parts.
Yeah. Now we gotta say goodbye to Spider. He leaves the party.
Now that's lore I was a little bit more unaware of. I guess the virus Zero had was the Maverick virus, which Sigma's antivirus worked against, but it mutated as viruses do and infected him with a different variant anyway, which is what triggers all the Mavericks in the game. Zzz. Yeah, the Maverick virus, Zero virus, Sigma virus is a huge rabbit hole. Is basically the easy way to put it. Luckily, these games can kind of be played in complete ignorance of the story. It doesn't really... Even with this game, it very barely interacts or, like, informs how the game plays. For better or worse. T-Virus. I think you're in the wrong chat.
Gotta pick your battles.
Well,
the good old
going to the game.
desert level.
Yeah, this is probably my least favorite chapter in the game. It's just not fun. The encounter rate is high. So you do get to do a puzzle, but in also that first section in the desert part, if you don't know exactly where the cutscene is, you could be stuck there for like half an hour. Just like getting encounter by encounter, not knowing where to go.
Think, I'm looking deep in my heart and in my memory, and I think that's how my stretch through that area went, where I'm just like, what is happening? Please let me go. I hate it here. Nothing like just arbitrarily placing a cutscene, and you just have to run across a line or get wrecked.
Yep.
Good thing there's a fairly large amount of like build hypers and restore hypers around. It's going to be abysmal without hyper mode.
Yep. With every build stat, there's an infinite amount, theoretically. Hyper, there's a limited amount, and all I'm trying to do is get all of them as quickly as possible so I can abuse it.
Just
with,
set min-max
Zero and Axel.
your DPS turns. Yeah.
Gotta pick your battles.
Gotcha.
And I ignored that I went the wrong way by accident. I forgot my directions a bit.
So, I'll be honest, it's very easy to just kind of like zone out and go the wrong direction. If you've never run like an RPG, it is so easy to do.
Yep.
You just look at your notes and then you look back and you're like, what? Wait, what? Where am I? And you'll just be like one screen to the left of wherever you normally are, and you just get lost. You're lucky when you like take a wrong turn and you catch it immediately and you don't get like 3 rooms away and you're like, wait a minute. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
This game is kind of rough because like all the areas look the same. It's just very generic.
Yep.
Gotta pick your battles. Well, this is just delightful.
Run away, everybody! Run away, everybody!
Despite not having a caution, I'm actually getting pretty lucky with, or without an Exodus, I'm getting pretty lucky with, running away from encounters. Marino might have a 100% run rate, regardless, if you have the Exodus or not, but I know a good chunk of the characters do not have that.
Everybody, let's go! Run away, everybody!
Gotta pick your battles.
Chad is pointing out something that I've been noting personally for most of this run, is that the voice acting here is just peak early 2000s voice acting. You want a time capsule of what the voice directors were asking their actors to do at the time. This is just a great rubric for it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Like,
the other thing too is like this amount of voice acting was fairly rare too at this point too. Maybe you get it in some like major cutscenes, but the fact that they were getting in a lot of them and during combat is fairly rare.
Yeah, absolutely. But like the just
Gotta pick your battles.
like very surfer, like Southern California language that's used. Not just the accent, honestly, is very California as well, but the language choices that are in use here as well are very SoCal or early 2000s Hollywood SoCal coded.
Yeah, it's for the weebs in chat, at least the old weebs. It's OVA anime coded, where original video animation. So stuff that went straight to VHS is the best way to put it. Straight to video, no release, no TV. It's just like, yep, this is a anime.
Very for kids.
It's very
energy.
nice. Yeah. I'm closer to one kid energy, actually. This gets more in line with the parody dubs almost. It like breaches containment and wraps back around. It's super nice.
You gotta pick your battles.
Straight to DVD Disney before straight to DVD Disney. Yeah, like that.
Yeah. So I'm saying it's like, just get one of the interns in here to say these lines. And there's a bit more, like, this is definitely professional voice actors. But there's only so much a voice actor can do because they have to match what the director is telling them. And it took a while for voice direction to catch up to not... What was that laugh? For voice direction to catch up and make something that's actually, you know...
Yup.
Time for a
This-
little lesson
Oh,
in
this guy. Ugh.
This is my favorite boss in the game. Too bad we don't get to watch the cutscenes. Oh, whoops.
He's very Hojo coded. You're just like, dude, I wanna dunk this guy in the dunk tank so bad.
Go! Ow, 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 ow!
Transform!
Real quick, with this fight, very similar to Psyche, where you can kind of put him in a loop. With Axel's hyper mode using Incentus, will destroy the bits. You will summon the bits, rinse and repeat. The downside being, because it's using an action trigger, you'll lose less turns. So, Oto should only get attacked twice, but Psyche could have put him in an infinite loop. But this guy, it's not as easy. But it's a pretty straightforward fight.
I failed the steel item. That's always what you want to see. Yeah, see, that's what I was saying. Like, luckily this is long enough that you can kind of have a brain fart moment, as long as you don't hard commit to the inputs.
Yeah.
It's like, wait a second here. What am I doing?
Yep.
Don't move! Ow, 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 ow!
Like, who...
Let me serve you up some fresh pain.
What voice director sees on the script, reacts in pain, and thinks that that is the correct take to have submitted?
Yeah. This is peak. in more ways than one. Nice execution.
Thank you.
Good enough. Next line. Yeah, we got 10 hours in the booth and that's it. We got this one day. So, do I care that much about this one one take, or do we need to get the other 10 done?
Hardly a fight.
That's an interesting idea, like using a Game Shark code to like make it so you can only play as X by like limiting your party size. I honestly, like, this game kind of thrives on having a 3-person party, and if you like limit it to 2 or less party members, it's just kind of like a boring game that's more reactive than dynamic, I guess is the best way to put it. Because like ordering and micromanaging your party's turn, choosing characters based on like how fast they'll take actions, try and like stun locking bosses like we did for a couple of them by making them just summon bits over and over again. Super cool. Yeah, I mean, we have been kind of dancing around it or discussing it the whole time, where it's like there is a world where there's like a route of this that just bans zeros, like hyper mode attack, just for more consistency and to make the run more viable for people. But the question is always, would there be enough people that want to do that at the end of the day? Because I know most categories, the mods will, as long as they get like 2 or more runs, usually they'll add it to the board. Some want to see 3, but nah, could be worse.
Run away, everybody!
Let's be perfectly fair. Aiming for leaderboards isn't always the way to do it. If you think it'll be a fun challenge, go ahead and try it. Like what you were just mentioning that was being talked about in chat. That one play or party size of 1. It seems like an interesting challenge, and have fun with it. That's the most beautiful thing about challenge runs in general. Is like, sure, there are communities where you can see how well you do the run against other people in a speedrun type setting, or in a randomizer type setting, or any of those. But there's also just, I think this would be interesting to try, so I'm going to do it this way, and I'll have fun or I won't.
I mean, speedrunning has been... Yeah, speedrunning has been arbitrary since the dawn of time. Because, like, early days, it was, you know, either submitted to, like, Twin Galaxies, which just randomly banned things on whatever, you know, just arbitrary rulings. And then there was SDA that were just like, oh yeah, going out of bounds is boring. We're just gonna ban that. And nowadays, that's not the main take. So it's just like, since the beginning, it's been arbitrary. It's whatever you want to play. I mean, the leaderboard for this has like 4 people, and 3 of them are Japanese. So there's really not a lot of demand one way or the other. If people want to run the game, who cares, man? It's just, you don't need to use 0. It'll just, it can make the fights a little bit more difficult and long. But, you know, if you can find a way to get through the game consistently without having to reset on missing a single up input, you know, I think I'll play it that way.
Hey!
And then a lot of times those will come out and have like I had this silly idea that I want to try, and then it leads to just such a much deeper, a deeper understanding of the game and the game mechanics, and honestly, deeper appreciation for the game in some cases.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool things that are brought about by limitations. Like that, there's a reason why the "can you beat" game under X circumstances are fairly popular to some extent, because they do invite some gameplay loops that are just not intended, nor something you would think of for the most part. And though, like, as a speedrunner, you're like, oh, can you beat the game without this? And you're like, yeah. We don't even use that. It's not that good.
But which way did he go? Did he go right? Gotta remember
that's right. We
where
gotta chase him down here.
Yep.
Gotta pick your battles.
Yeah, you want to counter the actual Botos and not the decoy? Okay, I think that... Yeah, that's the right one.
You don't know when to quit, do ya? It's over.
Direct hit.
Dope.
Take this! Here goes everybody!
Gotta love the misses.
Yeah.
Follow after me!
Dog's out here holding down the commentary in a moment of
Hardly a
a lull.
Hmm.
Gotta pick your battles.
I think you go left here.
Is it consistent? It's like always the same route.
Crap. No, I'm kidding. This is intentional. Yes, it is consistent.
Okay.
You don't know when to quit, do ya?
The biggest thing is that the fake Botos drops a very overpowered sub weapon. Whoops. He drops the bait, which is when used, it only costs 5 WE, and it targets only that user. So you give it an Axel, and all single targets from from here on out are negated, basically.
In other words, you can make everybody target the invincible Axel. Yeah, that's pretty dope.
Horrible. Oh my word.
Well, time to break out the zero-less category.
Yep. Oh my word. That's
Canceling
2 misses
zero
on
this
Axel.
run. Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I wonder if if the game just drops inputs. I wouldn't be surprised.
The zero inputs I am realizing is you have to wait a bit, like a few frames, before I can do an input, or else it will not even register it. So that makes it much more annoying than it already is. Oh well.
So you can literally go too slow and too fast. Dope. Love it.
Yep.
10 out of 10.
Yeah. Thunderbolt Saber.
It would be very cool if you could like have Absolute Zero earlier, because I love the fact that like Absolute Zero isn't tied to fighting game inputs.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yeah, it technically is a skill-based thing, but that doesn't make it fun necessarily.
Yeah.
So I think that especially with the speedrun, there's two like barriers you've got to reach, and one is like you still enjoy the game and the story and all that, and its combat system, and consistency. So those like two things together are part of the issue with like, yeah, the inputs are fun. It just depends on, are they consistent? And it just seems to be a barrier of entry for people, which is the only reason I'm even suggesting it. But obviously, like, it's a speedrun. You choose your own path in life.
Mm-hmm. In my opinion, this boss is the hardest boss in the normal any percent, or glitchless rather. A lot of things could go wrong here.
Gotcha.
But go ahead.
Is there a reason we've been throwing out the steal command for trying to get something, or just a way to pass turns or something like that?
I like it for like Botos. It's not really needed. It's just to get items. Ferrum actually holds a build hyper, so that I really want.
Gotcha.
Nice. But after this fight, we won't be seeing much of the item capture, or you might not even see it at all. Oh, there it is.
Now we're not going to see it anymore at all.
Yeah. Actually, there's one more item I would like. You would save it just a bit of Zenny,
That fell.
if possible.
Zenny? Oh, man. The Mega Man X universe and Breath of Fire 2 are the same universe confirmed.
Nice.
Yeah, I think it's the same as the Shoryuken input. Honestly, I ended up making like a meme category for X2 because I didn't realize the Shin and the Hadoken input were two different ones, so it's like down to back or whatever, rather than down to forward. So I could never hit the Shoryus when it mattered, unless I switched up sides and then realized it, you know. But it is a bit frustrating. This is the way the
I
inputs
don't think
work
that's gonna
out.
kill.
You just need to hope.
Very close. Very close.
Very orange. Oh no.
That felt good.
Yeah, it's the fighting game, the base fighting game inputs. Does Gundam also use any? Ah,
That
Dragon Ball. Yeah.
felt
Yeah,
good.
I'm not sure why Zenny was it's like you'd think like Dragon Ball would use. I don't know, man. It's like inconsistent. That's the funny thing is like if you take some random piece of information and you just like confirm same universe. So I think it's kind of funny.
Needs a lot more help than I thought.
Yeah, like this is the only place money matters. I don't think it comes up in any of the shows, the mangas, or any of the like side content or video games outside of this one. So obviously there's a need for it to be, because I think it's, I want to say it's like always WE or something like that. Because you get like bits or something in 8. I don't think they're actually Zenny.
I'm improvising right here.
Yeah, it always stinks
He kills
just being
Zero.
a little bit below, because
That
it's
felt
kind of hard to do enough damage once if you've like missed the very edge.
We made it.
Oh yeah, that's probably actually. It's just like they pulled it from Mega Man Legends because that was what they used in Legends as well.
Here
Yeah, I
is
know. The
something
peak
else.
voice acting is back. The scream is like,
Hardly a fight.
what does a bird sound like? Squawk! Type scream. She just scream. There's a Harpies fight in Breath of Fire 2, and I constantly call them birds, and I'm like, somebody's gonna get mad at me for that one day. But I haven't had it happen yet, so I don't care. The sight of a dog? You scream like that at the sight of a dog? Damn. Some dog must have done her dirty. To scream like that. It's always a shame. People are like scared of dogs or cats. For the most part, they're 99% of them are all like fine. Even the ones that look scary, like Rottweilers and Dobermans, are mostly even tempered. Armor heal. Ooh.
Run away, everybody!
Harpies aren't birds, they're jerks. That is a true statement. That is a true statement. Anything with wings is a bird and therefore a jerk. Nothing else matters. I wouldn't be surprised. A lot of the video game voice actors did a lot of different roles. Although I'd say like Sonic 2006 has so many problems that remembering who did what VA and that is kind of like supplementary information to the glitching out of bounds and having just notoriously bad voice acting. It's no use. Yeah. I quake in fear of the day where we consider that an RPG and throw it in the marathon. I have pretty lateral standards, but I don't think even I would have the fortitude to put that on here. I'd have to have something to wash my palate after a Sonic 06 speedrun. Oh man, I want to get a run of the Mega Man Double Team DS. Because, like, they didn't even put that in a Legacy collection, and that was like that's a criminal offense to me that the Double Team Battle Network game is just, like, locked behind the DS. So frustrating.
Gotta pick your battles.
Yeah, it's a shame. I got one of the buddies that I ended up running into. Colt called me to do commentary for like a Mega Man X4 run or something like that. That I've a good friend with that he is like really big into the voice actors. So every time we do it, he's like, "Oh, here's a list of the voice actors. Tempest Steve is the runner's name." But he'll like, "All right, here's a list of the voice actors," and I'm like, "Cool, dude. I guess this is the topic we're gonna discuss." Yeah.
He's dead.
It's always a fun one.
Oops. Massimo again. Oops. Animation.
Well, honestly, I bugged KingBarel when I was looking into learning the run. So that's a place to start. I'm sure he would be more than happy to have some people join him on the front lines of the Mega Man X command missions. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of active voice actors or runners. Rain is just... I'm just hung up on the voice acting, I guess.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of active runners, much less ones that run English or are English speakers natively. It's a lot of like Japanese runners, and it's been several years. But one of the suggestions was just like just kind of looking at the runs and seeing what they do as a good reference point as well. So checking out the VODs. The big thing is depending on like whether you want to play glitched or glitchless. If you want to play glitched, you need like a Japanese copy of the game. If you want to do a glitchless run, then English is okay. If you really want it to be optimal, you gotta either play GameCube copy of it in some form or fashion. If you want to play on hardware, you're gonna have to shell out. But I think there's other ways where you can like tweak your GameCube so you can play off of memory card and stuff, which is pretty standard now. But That's the one thing I haven't done to my GameCube yet. But the PlayStation version runs at a lower frame rate, so unfortunately it just bleeds time to just existing.
But no, I am more than willing to help anybody who wants to learn this game or running this game. It has its flaws, but I think I really enjoy the run what it brings to the table as a speedrun.
Take this. Behold my true power.
So yeah, I messed that fight up a bit, but
Commander Epsilon.
Scarface is pretty easy, especially with
Need more
0 dealing 20,000 plus damage. That really helps the fight out. This was... But you may notice that Zenny is no longer an issue. I think that's everything. Yep. You're joking. Okay. That's really annoying. You don't need the generator until Ninetails, but it's really nice to have for Epsilon and in the Scarface fight. But I can live without it. I think that's good. I am curious, Sid or even chat, what's everybody's favorite soundtrack of this game?
You gotta pick your battles.
Because this world right here is my favorite soundtrack in the game, personally. Even though the chapter is bad, yeah, I just love the music.
You know, I'm gonna get crucified like I normally do. Like the game in general, just like the soundtrack stands out to me. I would say they're just the basic combat soundtrack is kind of an earworm for me. It just is in my like I hear it, I'm like, just like it immediately grabs my attention because I'm a heavy grinder. But man, like I wish I could remember the soundtrack off the top of my head, honestly, because like music does play an important role, but for me it's always kind of something that idles in the background and elevates the scene, but I never really notice it too much. So a lot of my coworkers absolutely hate that take, and they're like, "Bro, L take, get out of here."
Yeah.
Because there's actually we have our own channel for like discussing game music and stuff, and I was like, this won't see much use, and to this day, it is probably one of our most frequently used channels in the Discord. It's a massive L take on my part.
Gotcha.
Gotta pick your battles. 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 Gotta pick your battles.
Ooh. Those items can be a bit tricky to grab. Optimally.
That's one of the funny things too. Is like the items you can't just like walk into or like hit A to pick them up. You have to dash into them. So like if you don't do it the right way, you can slide right past them, which can be a bit disorienting.
Yeah.
You gotta pick your battles. You gotta pick your battles.
One gimmick I'm glad that... Well, one thing I really like about this game is the prions that they have, or the different types. The fact that you have a, like a soldier with 2 machine guns. You got one that's based on, the cadres, and, Epsilon. You got a doctor, you got... Yeah, it's just a unique concept that I haven't seen much of in the original series. So it's one of those things I'm glad they added, just to make it unique.
I think this game in general has a lot of cool little things that make it unique over the mainline X games. They did a very good job of like not only adding interesting ideas, but implementing things in that game in such a way where it made sense, where like, you know, Zero's like special skills are fighting game inputs, which is a bit annoying, but fits his like special attacks rather than them being some sort of charge move or whatever.
Yeah.
And like X's charge buster gets like translated very well, where it's like a AoE as a regular X, but when he gets his armor, it's this very strong single targeting, which is kind of what it does for bosses. A bit backwards, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
The fact that hyper mode is single targeting is good for bosses, honestly.
Yeah. And like any other game Zero's in, he is overpowered. Easily the best character in the game.
Yeah, they just did not shy away from making him busted. And it was like unintentional in the X games, where it's like he's supposed to be balanced because of the like iframes from the attacks. But if you know how to cancel his attacks properly, you can just spam the first hit and it just melts boss HP because they don't get invincibility. Just funny.
Yeah.
You gotta pick your battles.
Although fortunately for that, it's like simply just attacking and then dashing or crouching to cancel the second slash. Although that's a skill in its own. That's very similar to the fighting game inputs. Yeah, it's almost like they just gave up at some point. They're like, all right, you know what, fine, Zero can just be busted. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Yeah, the Zero Buster just it's like they tried to be cute about it, and then, you know, they're like, hey, look, it's just a single shot already charged, and it's like, yeah, it's bad. Like, there's a reason you just take X's Falcon armor at the beginning of 5 and give up Zero's Buster, because it's bad. It's like, it's only broken in Marvel vs. Capcom. You gotta get the lightning loops in. Like, he's so busted, he's busted in the fighting games he's in, too. Now I'm thinking about it. Just across the board, huh? Oh yeah, Tatsunotsu versus Capcom. I forgot that existed because it so rarely comes up. Yeah, I think it makes more sense that it's like kind of a reference to the Marvel fighting games because that's on the around the same generation.
Shoot.
This is it.
Yeah, the earlier Versus series is pretty cool. Not as well known. Who shrunk?
Transform.
Ideally, Massimo will get 10,000 plus damage. So, excuse me. He upgrades his action trigger
or whatever. Yeah.
There's a 20% chance that he doesn't crit and doesn't get the 10k. So, fingers crossed. Not bad.
So I do notice you, like, sneak in a Zero Slash. Is that required, or what's the purpose behind
It's
that?
100% accidental. Ideally, you get all ZDSs, but occasionally it doesn't read my right input.
Gotcha. So it's just a matter of you hit that input by accident. Got it. I wasn't sure if there like was a hard cap on ZDSs or something like that.
Take this.
No, it's just one of those things that it's I could have sworn I inputted the right input, but clearly not, so...
Gotcha.
He's really low. He should die to this. Yeah.
Strong.
Imagine, like, missing a couple of inputs so it takes an extra turn, and then you're just like, you know what? You just max out your ZDSs just to flex.
I've done that quite a bit of times.
Yeah. Like, wait a minute.
Kneel before the mighty Epsilon. Take this.
This is it. Right. Transform.
nothing. Giving it everything.
So this this fight is a great example of how Massimo's action trigger is actually really good right here. I mean, like for the rest of the game, you can just see how much damage it does and how crucial it is to the run.
Behold, my true power.
Oh yeah, the multi-hit functionality. Yeah, this is kind of cheeks until it
Yep.
gets multi-hit.
Let's skip for now.
This is nothing.
So we'll never see the true power of Super Force Metal because Funny Marno. Whoops. You just with using with using Force missiles, you can basically weaken his Super Force Metal. So basically, it becomes a joke because it's not the damage is that what weakens the Force Metal, but it's the amount of the attacks.
Gotcha. It's weakened slightly. Hit him like 10 times.
This is nothing.
Yep.
Hey, critical hit!
Is that full capacity? Epsilon can heal at the start of each turn, but by doing this, you don't have to worry about that.
Gotcha.
0.
Love how swapping party like does not cost you a turn.
This is it.
Yeah, it's really good. You can almost abuse it. For your turn order and all that.
This is nothing.
Alright. Still got 8 ZDSs. So unless he blocks it,
Take this.
when Massimo ATs, this should be it. And if so, this is a really good pace right now. Not that it necessarily matters, but
Behold, my true power.
I'd be happy with a PB in this showcase.
No Exodus PB, let's go.
Yeah, that'd be crazy if I PB'd without an Exodus.
Incredible.
And I remember when we were talking, doing the pre-show stuff, just to kind of give you an idea how the connection settings and all that stuff work, and then I'm looking at the speedrun, and I'm like, wait a minute, PB like 2 weeks ago? Oh, you little...
Yeah.
You little...
I want to secure that record.
Yeah! Gotta have a nice, good world record so that chat has something to aspire to. Yeah, I believe that attack, it pushes you to 1 HP. There's a lot of attacks like that in RPGs. The most infamous, I think, is kind of Fallen one from Final Fantasy VI, which is pretty brutal, and it like shows up in both 6 and 7, I think. And going down to 1 HP is super scary, but once you know it's going to happen, it's not too hard to respond to. Honestly, we're getting pretty close to the end game here. Very, very nice and to the point run. Doesn't really feel like it, lags too hard in any one spot where you're just like, all right, can I do anything other than this? I do also like that, the elemental weapons end up being very integral to the route to kind of abuse enemies' weaknesses.
Yeah.
Specifically,
actually, there's
fire, ice, and lightning globs.
Yeah. There's a really cool trick that's coming up actually real quickly with abusing the or utilizing the elemental weapons. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think that's actually on the globs, like freezing them or whatever, like get you more EXP or something out of that fight, I think.
Yeah.
Like the closest thing to a... Because I know that's like a normal thing that people abuse for grinding purposes, but we like do a quick grind on those globs that we have to fight to progress, making it a little bit more bearable. It's one of those things where it's like it gives you an extra line of dialogue, but doesn't really like cost you anything.
Yeah.
Giving it everything!
In this chapter, utilizes ZDSs a lot, so I will probably focus quite a bit throughout this chapter in the refights.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's no super move in here to just one-shot the bosses.
Nope.
I mean, yeah, it's a classic refights, unless you're X2 and you just clip through the floor.
Yep.
I can't believe that's a thing. I speedrun, like, Mega Man X for years, and that's just, like... I've seen a lot of glitches come and go, and clipping through the floor was not one of the things I would have seen in a real-time run. Because you actually can clip in X3, that's been known for a while, because of the Zero swap out. His hitbox is a little bit different, so you can clip into the walls, but it's like not reasonable for RTA. Only in TASs can you get away with it. So you can skip some like revisits with it, but the fact that shut up so you can focus on the inputs and actually get the audio feedback. Gotcha.
You're good.
I figured it'd be a little bit easier if you had like the sound feedback. Because I know sometimes I'm like, all right, I don't really need quiet time, and then you sit down and actually do a run with somebody else yapping in your ear, you're like, never mind, I do want it.
Well, it's also this point in the run, it's usually like 2 to 3 hours in, and doing these inputs over and over, yeah, I'm just exhausted. I'm like, please let me finish. So
no, I feel you.
Yeah.
I've been working on BOF 2, which is like the first run that's been that length consistently. It's like 7 hours. I get like I get at hour 5, and I'm just like, I'm just like dead. I don't even know how I finish the runs. I just disassociate and let my fingers do the walking.
Yeah.
Stamina management in RPGs is like low-key one of the most difficult things that is not extremely obvious to a casual viewer. Because, like, you guys get to come and go get your water, go get your food, stop what you're doing and, watch a TV show, play a game, and then come back and we're still going. We don't get that luxury. Start to finish. No opportunity, no options. But yeah, luckily, like, the refights are usually not too bad because you already have the weaknesses or the super weapon. But in an RPG, refights just don't really work out as well. Especially with a game like this, where it's very input heavy based on Zero.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, I won't say much. I won't say anything about this fight. This is, if done correctly, it's a really cool fight. But I don't want to spoil it.
Get what's coming to you! Ha ha ha!
I do always love that this guy's stance changes based on his element.
Yeah.
It's those little design elements that make the game kind of stand out versus other things.
Might still be good.
Transform!
Stealth mode.
Ha!
We'll also say, shout outs to chat. Chat has been very active today. It's very fun. Yapping.
Well, unfortunately, I haven't been able to see chat, so I'll take your word for that.
Yeah. I probably should have gassed you up on that one, but yeah, chat has been very active today and participating in the experience. We do have we do have chats that are relatively active, but today is apparently activated the neurons.
Yeah.
Yeah, we used to have chat built into the feedback, but I got goofy, so opted not to.
But...
Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. With that fight, I call it the Incentives Quick Kill. In Glitchless, it's the quickest fight, being like 3 turns. Because by abusing... Incentives will always be Ice Form. What's the word I'm looking for? Ironically enough, or strangely, basically it's very fortunate that Massimo and Zero have a weapon for his weakness, and Django for Axel. He's also weak too, so he just dies almost instantly. Unfortunately, the other fights go down pretty quick, but not as quick as Incentives goes.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was gonna say it's probably very nice having like a lot of the elements in your back pocket right now, so these fights go a little bit quicker than they did on the first loop.
Yeah.
Transform!
Well, and you have that Zero, and you have Massimo at full power. All those factors combined really helps you out.
This is it!
And if done correctly, we can also bypass Silverhorn's liquid coating, which hopefully will work this time. Nope, I forgot there's sometimes that Massimo doesn't, his turn order doesn't change. He's not low enough. That is the first time I've ever seen that. That's actually really good.
Good old. I've never seen that before.
This is actually good because he should die this turn. Okay, a bit close. That is actually crazy that for once I got lucky. If I understand correctly, which correct me if I'm wrong, Chad, but because every 3 turns, Silverhorn is guaranteed to Tidal Wave. Even though he was at the threshold to use liquid coating, he was programmed to automatically go for Tidal Wave. So that made me able to defeat him in that time frame. Again, I've never seen that before, or I don't know what happened, but I will never complain about good luck.
Yeah, when you're like, oh, I didn't kill, I was like, that sounds like bad luck, and you're like, no, this is good luck. I'm like, okay, now I'm really confused. Explain.
I was afraid that I got down to the threshold for liquid coating, and I thought he was going to use it, and I'm pretty sure I was at the threshold, or I was just right above the threshold. I don't know, but it was just
got that
one
in
of those
64 defense turn type thing.
Yeah,
it's not what you're supposed to do, but I'm happy that you did that.
Exactly.
Don't look a gift Reploid in the mouse. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. This fight can be a bit annoying.
At least we skipped the gimmick fight to get to the gimmick fight.
Yeah. If you don't kill him in between these his turns, then you could be looking at losing quite a bit.
Transform.
Which, if I do my ZDSs good, shouldn't have to worry about it. But there's always that chance.
This is it.
Okay, that should be good.
I'm gonna say we're getting some pretty consistent CDSs in endgame here.
Giving it everything.
Which, fun fact, I have lost a world record because of this fight, because I missed my ZDSs.
That sounds like an absolutely true and real fact.
Yep.
Unfortunately. That's kind of why I skirted away from the run when I was having trouble killing the introductory boss with Zero. I was like, oh no. I don't think I can make it.
My life's work.
Oh no, I don't want to change anything.
The good old, wait, I'm supposed to menu. No, wait, I'm not supposed to menu. the RPG special.
Yep.
Run away, everybody!
So this is the last free fight. Not much different, but so three more bosses left for the normal any percent. then we can start looking at Ninetails or the Tails clan.
It is all for the idea. Yeah. Giving it everything.
This is it!
Don't move. How in the...
Transform!
Got a bit of good RNG here, because his first turn he can do Gentle Call and call some assistance, but no, this is a perfect RNG fight. A lot of quick attacks.
My true power.
Yeah, that's always the cursed part of Mega Man X speedruns. When the refights have luck.
Yeah.
I was like half memeing about it earlier with like the no Shuriken X2 category, but that was always the struggle. It ended up being faster in a task setting, but the fact that you needed good boss RNG twice was the issue.
Yeah. Thankfully, the refights, as far as RNG, isn't terrible. It can bite you in the butt, but there are worse fights coming up. Trust me. As far as RNG.
Gotcha.
So now, let's advance. No. Fire Saber too.
So this is the first time you've done a run with the Ninetails as part of it? Because I've seen that you have a PB for a normal any percent and a Ninetails. Those are usually separate categories?
Yeah, so to answer your first question, this is third or fourth run. Basically, when we talked about like what am I gonna be, what I'll be running, I started learning Ninetails, and I've done a few. I just haven't put them onto the leaderboards yet.
Got it. I was wondering if we were just going to world record because it's a new category or not.
Hopefully, but I'm not counting on it. If I beat Redips in under 3:19, I'm on world record pace.
Hey, cool.
Or if
it's
I have
that
an insane
random.
tail
I'll
planes.
take you on.
Hey!
Hey, look, it's that random boss that we never fought before.
This is it!
Yep. His whole
How this
purpose
guy
is
shows up
that
in the
he's
refights. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
the
Really hurt.
The funny thing with this guy is that he's there to guard Redips, and he just wants a duel, and that's all his backstory is. There's not much
Ready or not,
about this guy.
now the real fun starts.
So, this is one of two instances. We'll use the Marno's action trigger, because the only time you need to use it is for stealing an item.
Here goes.
Okay. So now we have Massimo's best weapon, and then we'll get a really strong equip on Redips.
Yeah, Tempest, we were actually talking about the voice acting and the direction of the voice acting about like an hour, 2 hours ago, and noticing how peak. I think the word peak was thrown around quite a bit.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Oh, that's so lame, dude.
Yeah, it's unlucky that he did that to Axel the first turn. I haven't been able to use Bay yet.
See, I told you guys earlier. Tempest got all those fun facts.
Please
Mr.
stop.
McVA over here, he's got all the fun VA facts. It's 90% of commentary with everyone he's involved in, talking about VAs. Dope. So happy Axel is shooting with one eye closed.
Yeah.
Don't move! That really hurt! The guilty shall be punished!
Unbelievable.
Okay.
Attack!
We should be good. We should be in the clear.
And that was a lot of damage real fast.
Yeah,
Spooky.
this boss is pretty tricky and annoying if you get bad RNG. Which, bad RNG in a RPG? Who'd have thunk?
Yeah. And it must be really weird mashing for Massimo, because like the buttons are so goofy on the GameCube controller. So if chat doesn't remember, GameCube controllers are very distinct in their design. They're massive. I think it's like the A button is a huge button in the middle, a little small red button off to the side for B, and then X and Y are like kind of shoulder buttons over the A. It's really hard to like envision if you guys haven't seen it. GameCube controller is very striking, I'd say.
Yeah, for sure. I basically just swap to a claw grip when I'm doing my mashing.
Yeah, makes sense. Gotcha. Oh man, Maverick Hunter X. You get me talking about that game for a while too. I loved speedrunning Vile Percent. That was such a cool like category that never really took off. The PSP is such a meme category anyway.
Of course.
0, please.
Run away.
Of course.
Well,
I love how you
This
still
red
get dropped.
fucking-
No, go ahead. Don't worry about me.
Well, this Redis fight can be really annoying because the only boss that can use defend, or he is the only boss that can defend, and if he does, that just prolongs the fight quite a bit.
Transform.
Also, once again, the general that has been telling us what to do the entire time was the bad guy. Le Shock. Le Gasp.
Yeah. Yep.
This is it.
Yeah, and we did fight Spider as a boss at some point, but Spider was like using his camouflage ability to act as if he were a different character. He's like a Timu Axel, I guess if we're going purely by like his gimmick and ability, is probably the easiest way to put it.
Yeah.
Bingo Burr.
There's actually
Every
a theory
time.
that like
Go ahead,
Yeah.
go ahead.
there's a theory that I've heard that Spider was his own Reploid, and Redips actually killed Spider and took his form.
Killed him and replaced him. Yeah, I saw somebody
Yeah.
mentioning that in chat earlier, and I really wasn't sure what the implication was completely. And I'm like, that's an interesting theory. But now that you say it out loud, I see where that chat was coming from. That like Spider may not have necessarily betrayed us. He may have just got ganked and replaced, which I guess I never really thought of that. I mean, I love jank theories like that, right up there with like Squall's dead, that kind of thing. Those are always a fun thought exercise that I really enjoy.
Yeah.
Red Hips is a snatcher. We gotta get Mr. Lightning Boy on the case. Raiden, get him!
Alright.
So it takes more to beat you.
Hardly a fight.
Oh, that's actually a really interesting thing, Tempest. I don't think I would have noticed unless you pointed out that, like, Spider and Red Ips are just the same name backwards.
Yep.
Oh, man. 3 IQ points for me today. You know, they scheduled a meeting for RPG Limit Break after this. I'm going to be surprised if I have anything insightful to say. They'll be lucky if I retain the information.
Yeah.
That is the curse
All right.
of running these shows, is we always get a meeting after this, leading into the actual event.
Mm-hmm. Alright, Prage, that Red Ups doesn't screw me over.
I shall rule over all, for I am invincible. Mortals.
I love how we went from, like, reasonably sized bad guys to Earth Destroyer in, like, 2 fights.
Yep, or I would call Arceus with arms.
Yeah. You can tell that this was designed in between X7 and X8, because, like, X7 is the only one where the bad guy is, like, unreasonably large at the end of the game.
Yeah.
It's like, even X8, like, there's no unreasonable scaling like this. X7 struggles with it, I think, because of the 2D/3D thing, but this fits in an RPG, though. Because, like, trying to fight a giant mech in a action game just does not... You have to be very, very good with how you design that. Especially with the way, like, Mega Man X works. It's, I've seen some X7 runs have their, have all their enjoyment squeezed from their body on the final boss.
Yep.
Yeah, Mega Man Juno, I could see that. This game is really... I feel like it pulls a lot from all the games in a very meaningful manner. It's not a perfect game, but it sure as heck ain't a bad one. Glad we were actually able to show this off, honestly, because it's such a diamond in the rough, and it's very rare to find an active runner of this game. Been in the RPG scene for like a decade now, and this is the first time I think I've seen an active runner of this. Just glad that it worked out this way. Oh no, we're blind again!
Okay, I do not want to freeze here. I do not want to freeze here.
I think somebody got froze.
He cannot. Okay.
Sorry, I failed.
Marno. Actually, this is A-okay. I'll just have to burn a few turns with Marno.
I was gonna say that sounds like some cope ass shit, man. I hate to be a negative Nancy here, but I don't think we're in a good spot. Oh, I forgot it's like this with her, where she just literally takes every turn.
Yep.
Thank gosh the backups like will recover you.
One.
Yeah, this is why Marino is just so based. because she just
Yeah.
gets to completely break the balance of the game.
Here goes.
The only downside is like you get this once and only once.
Yeah.
Take that.
Yeah, I'll
Dragon
heal
Taylor.
Zero for just for safety.
There.
Massimo.
I don't think Sigma is involved in this game at all, which is also one of the unique parts of it, not having anything to do with Sigma. I don't even think he
Yeah, I don't
shows up
think-
in the secret boss stuff.
No, I don't think he is brought up in the files. Like the bonus stuff you can read. I don't think he's mentioned at all.
The lore segments, yeah, I gotcha. Oh, wow, I forgot he had those.
Transform!
Yep.
Take this!
Now I gotta really hope that he doesn't somehow kill or freeze Zero, because that would just not be good.
And every time I'm like always scared you're gonna undermash somehow. It must be pretty rough mashing. Because it always feels like it's on the very edge of what's reasonable.
Yeah.
It's always
See,
weird
if
when
I
the
had the
mashing. Go ahead.
If I had to generate right now, it would not be a problem. Just because you would have like so much room to work with. When at this point, I'm just fighting for the frames. That's it.
Gotcha, yeah. Fair enough.
All right, gotta focus a bit. Almost a perfect 10.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, no, I think, like, I'm not, like, good at, like, action game mashing, but I'm good at, like, single mashing. Good enough, anyway. So it's, like, maybe mashing in general for me just always seems like it's easier than it really is.
Yeah.
What a skill to have, right? Ooh, he's good at mashing. I mean, that's the only thing you need as an RPG runner, right? You gotta mash through text.
Yep. I think Massimo
Good
will
recovery.
Yeah, Massimo should finish him off.
Yeah, that's the rough part. It feels like when you miss one, you like basically miss two. Because
Yep.
you're trying to get back into the right pattern.
Behold
Yep.
my true power!
That's fine. So that
And this is the kind of
I
game
think-
where like macros would be super nice.
Yep.
Like not inhuman macros where you get like 15 inputs or something, but like normal macros where you can get like 8 or 10 consistently.
Yeah.
It's like I know like a good example is Metroid Dread, where they give you like capped inputs. Like, yeah, you can get like a 12 hertz or 15 hertz or something mashing, so you don't hurt your wrist, but also if you have the skill and you've learned to do it properly, you can mash faster than the turbo users.
Mhm.
GG Spider Redips.
Thank you. You have that.
Spider Dips.
So I think I got about a 319.50 on the glitches, the NA percent, which isn't bad. My PP's at 313, so but when I'm going for prepping for Ninetails, I do a lot of side routes.
Extra
Prep,
stuff,
so-
yeah.
if I have a really good Tails clan, could be a world record, but a lot has to go right.
I mean, the other thing too is like you've gotten very unlucky with the drops. No Exodus, no generator, so you're kind of you're operating at a negative on luck.
Yeah.
Managing to capitalize on the execution good enough to keep track though is pretty cool. Just shows that like some of the runs can be sped up and streamlined with stuff. Must be nice to get a little break in here, right? You have to wait for the credits to play so that you can save the game.
Yep.
Or okay.
Yeah, when doing just an NA%, I do not need my SD card. In Ninetails, I do. If you don't save, you can't do Ninetails. It's required.
Yeah, because you have to save it and then reload it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That was like kind of the first thing that popped in mind. I was like, oh, I guess we're just gonna load a save. I didn't really think that the implication was doing it all in one run, which is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes with super categories like this, it's just all right. Well, time to load the save, boys. It's really cool to think that you can finish the run and have enough gas to get through the Ninetails fights, which are not any easier.
It's also a really
Not
cool
even
thing
close.
that you don't normally get in speedruns is the ability to actually, or the chance to actually sit and watch all of the credits for the game. Because so often your run will end right before the credits start, right? So all these, so a run that does post credits content is always great for getting a chance to like see who made the game and appreciate all the people who put the time and effort in. And then find the name of the voice director and call them and say, "What were you thinking?"
Send him some messages. Good sir, I need to know who was holding you at gunpoint. Was it you or your family members? Because I don't know if those were decisions a sane person would make. Oh yeah, the good old blue water dub.
You get $1,500 and a day to record 7,000 voice lines. Good luck.
Yeah, you're lucky if you get a actual studio and not a cardboard box and a microphone.
Determination of the maverick status of the commander of the rebellion army, Epsilon, was deferred.
Were we supposed to know who was speaking there?
No, it's just saying.
It's just some other part of the like Maverick control unit that's like saying, "Oh yeah, well, put a pin in it, got it."
You're kidding me.
Oh no.
That is very unlucky. Well, see what happens.
Bad investigation.
Oh, yeah. Well, first time doing Ninetails without generator.
I mean, I guess if it's that dire of a state, we can always load a save if there is one that you have down there.
Yeah.
As I've always said, it's at the end of the day, it's a showcase. This isn't a marathon run, strictly speaking, to the point where you're expected to go from A to Z and just make do. If the runner's not having fun, I don't think chat's having fun. Though that may not be fully true with the way that some of these runs have gone.
Wait, no eagle eye. You want this? Oh wait, no. I think that's everything.
What's interesting, we start buffing up on HP here. Is it just impossible to survive without it?
No, actually, you give it to Marno, just because she has infinite turns, with her hyper mode. But there's a missile that does 1/10 of its damage. Does 1/10 of the max, use 1/10 of the user's HP is what it does.
Gotcha.
So if she has 7,000 health, her missiles would do 700 damage. So you can just rack
it
up
does 1/10 of
damage.
your HP. Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah,
So you're
that's
buffing one
amazing.
of your attacks. Gotcha. I was thinking it was the
Yeah.
other way around, where it does damage to you, and I was like, okay, I guess we just want to have more HP. But yeah, that makes sense when you put it that way.
Yeah.
Time for the Ninetails.
I challenge you to a fight.
On our trip to go say hi to Naruto or something. Nice.
Yep.
Force.
So the decoy is a real savior in this run. Basically, if you get KO'd, it will revive you for a little bit. So Axel has quite a bit of damage. You can apply some decoys, and yeah, he will should never die again.
Giving it everything.
That is a good question. What does Super Force Metal Beta do?
What is what now?
The SFM Beta, the drop or the thing that we stole from Final Boss. What does that do?
So basically, it raises your stats tremendously, especially your attack. However, it has an erosion level of 99.
99.
So yeah, you overload. So hence why Axel has like a max HP of like 400. But
Yeah, because the only way to do it is to like use neutralizers. Really.
yeah. Yep. And it's very useful for Zero when he gets his Red Lotus Saber.
So the Fragment Alpha, additional 50 WE a turn per turn, 10% life recovery each turn, and the Beta is Power Armor Shield plus 100, Speed plus 200. So, but they're both
Yep,
99 a pop.
sound-
So you, oh damn, he's got the Hadouken. Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to reference the Hadouken and the Shoryuken and Tatsu here now, don't you? Well, I guess the Tatsu was never like a Mega Man super move, but it was something Zero got in some of the later ones. Yeah, but like we said before, the erosion level like gives you a bunch of negative stats depending on certain conditions. So ideally, it like will make you unable to do combat. But if you do it this way, where you take the decoy, it kind of offsets the issues. Because you just die and then go invincible.
Gotta fight.
There's a lot of other ones that like reduce or absorb fire or specific elements or resistance to statuses.
Yes, fully healed.
This is it.
Got a bit unlucky there, but it shouldn't affect me too much. The biggest thing is that since Two Tails works very similar to Incentus with the elemental changes, this next upcoming turn, we want Zero and Massimo to do their damage.
I guess the only annoying part about this is that it doesn't visually tell you what element.
Yeah. If you had the analysis equipped, then you could, but at this point in the game, you don't need it.
Yeah. Yeah, the interesting thing is, like, with all these older games of the voice acting in that period, it's almost a Kevin Bacon situation, where somebody either voice acted in a single thing or they voice acted in all of the things.
Mm-hmm. Somebody might go down here, but that's why I bought several reboots and backups.
Because it looks like you slightly underdamaged with Zero, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Which it's typical for that to happen.
Yeah, it looks like it's really hard to consistently one-shot. Then on top of that, you still have to, like, spam for the insta-kills, so...
Bring 'em on!
Yeah. Massimo goes.
Man, these, I forgot how hard these little dudes are. Especially, like, without grinding. And this is just the two tails. It gets harder from here, much.
Some of them are pretty easy and straight, but there are some that actually, ironically, three tails, 4 tails, then 9 tails is like your difficulty curve. After that, it's not that bad.
I mean, I think they are, like, casually, there is a difficulty increase on each and every one. But when you know the gimmicks for some of them, you can just go into the fight super set up and it's just a cakewalk. But definitely a lot of these are like, yeah, they're a lot of these are kind of newbie traps where it's like, oh yeah, that would be a struggle. Then when you realize like they only do % damage or something like that, you're getting scared into healing when it's not a problem type of thing.
Yeah.
Behold, my true power!
I feel like 6 tails can get people, or I can throw people off guard.
Hey Miria, yeah, something like that. Well, funnily enough, we found the one Mega Man that is an RPG, at least by strict definitions. Gotta keep your eye on me, though. I might make Mega Man X3 an RPG if I feel like it.
Look, all I'm saying is that there's been a lot of talk about trying to do like an actual play, a D&D style side quest show, and if we can consider D&D enough of a video game to put on our video game channel, we can consider Mega Man enough of an RPG to put on our RPG channel.
I challenge you.
I mean, I guess like the real trick is just do the multi-world that we've been talking about for months. Then I can get away with it real easy.
Someday we'll figure that one out.
Someday, yeah. Yeah, we actually we're doing a Star Force Legacy Collection relay with the help of the Mega Man Battle Network community next weekend, actually. So if you guys are hyped for Star Force, we do have that scheduled next week too. It just so happened that both of these were like in subsequent weekends, which I found a bit ironic, but not intentional. I'm not that good at planning. So I think the big difficulty spike here too is that like they increase the number up to 3, so you're just like, oh no, what's gonna happen when I hit 4 tails? And it's like, yeah, there's just one of them, I think.
3 is the highest they go. And so, yeah, like 4 tails do have to deal with one of them. this fight in particular is very annoying because they have life gain 25, which is a healing factor of like 14,000 for them.
Oof.
Not bad.
Yeah, Mega Man Battle Network will come up at some point too. I kind of dropped the. Well, we weren't doing our shows back when that released, but we'll come up with a relay or something for that. Though that will probably have to be done in 2 sittings because there's 6 games total, and I think they're a couple hours a pop. Much as I love you guys, I don't know if I love you guys 12 hours worth of single day sitting.
Yeah.
You can get 2 days out of me. That'll be like that's the gonna be the Final Fantasy 7 Hundo task. That's the one time you'll get that 2-dayer.
I don't know. I remember the Breath of Fire relay.
Yeah, that was like a personal project at some point. But yeah, relays like tend to be like that. But the Breath of Fire community just not having had one in a while.
Right.
It's the same conversation with the Saga thing. Ideally, we do the 2026 Saga. I'm keeping an eye on it and gonna help them out with whatever they need to make sure that gets done. But it is a consideration. We've had a lot of communities actually recently talking about doing things. Sometimes they do it on their own. Other times they come to me and ask what we can offer. As long as we can help out the communities, I'm more than happy to do it. Yeah, I guess that consistent like 6K twice is pretty dope.
Mm-hmm.
And then this also prevents them from healing as well too.
Yeah.
Is there a reason you split out the damage from Marno there? If they're gonna heal each turn?
So very similar to like Silverhorn, if they reach a threshold, they will heal. So you want to make sure that they are not at the threshold, then unload with Massimo and Zero. Yeah.
So basically, you're getting them all to the right spot so that you can just kill them in one go without activating their healing factor. Got it.
Yep. Lucky.
Yeah, I got you, Miria. I think I did beat all of these at some point, but I definitely had to grind very hard to get through this section. I got absolutely mauled by each one of the tails. Which is why, like, when Barrel was like, "Oh yeah, I want to like add the Ninetails to it," and I'm just like, I had to look at the time, and I was like, okay, if it's just an extra hour, yeah. I expected it to be far more, honestly. You think 9's like the only one you like, quote unquote, don't have to beat if you want to get like Absolute Zero and Ultra Armor. Yeah, I think you only have to do up to 6. I think 9 may have actually stonewalled me because that fight's kind of ridiculous. I only have a very vague recollection because it's been quite a few years since I've booted this up, minus the recent attempt to learn it, where I realized I just did not have the skill to do Zero properly. I love that, like, you hit breakdown and you just stop spamming because you're like, I don't need to.
Well, and if you spam for too long, there is also a lag factor.
That's what I thought was the purpose, that it minimized lag.
Actually, I might regret this.
I could see it on the first input. You could immediately be like, I did regret this.
Shoot. I don't. Did I use one on? I might have accidentally wasted. I can't remember if I used again Hyper on Massimo or not. But so be it. If I did. This is the only Tails that gives me, like, makes me the most worried, because if you screw it up, you could be here for a while, or you could actually reset the fight. That's happened to me a few times. That's kind of why I'm, like, locked into this fight. There's
That's
one
fair,
error, and yeah, you're done. Don't miss.
Get him, Axel!
Thank goodness. Thank goodness.
Get him, Axel!
Holy.
That wasn't a request, that was a demand.
Alright, now a mandatory heal. Ideally, this is the only one we have to do. We might have to do one right before Ninetails, though.
Can you hear me, Axel? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Shaft 999999.
Yeah.
This is the big downside with this. You get the walk of shame when you gotta leave.
Yep.
So, like, when you're doing this casually, you do one and then leave, and you're just like, bro, was this really necessary? You get down to, like, 5 or 6, it just takes forever to get down and come back up, and you're like, oh, why? Why are you bullying me, game? Oh, I see we have the responsible merchant, like you have an RE4. Like, oh, I see you have healing items. I'm not going to sell you more than 3.
Yeah.
God, I hate that. I hate it so much. Like, yeah, that's neat. I'm glad that it balances the game, but also, I have to double back every time, and this is so annoying.
Yeah. Nope, not yet. You want... Did I equip? No.
You know what's funny is I think we've talked about voice actors like 2 or 3 different times, and I feel like we haven't made the "what are we fighting for" joke like once. Chat's actually being responsible.
That's great.
Yeah, I remember back in the day with I think Sneaky, TKD, Ninja. I can't remember if that's like the exact screen name or not. I think he changed it like Sneaky SDA at some point or something like that. But like he absolutely hated that cutscene. Like he did not enjoy it, ironically, and it drove him mad at every event when he like ran X4, and then like that was always a dono incentive. And he's like, "I hate it. I hate you all. You guys have ruined my life." You could just see the anger on his face every time he had to watch it, and you're like, bro, just loosen up. Just loosen up, you'll be alright.
Sorry, I
God!
All right,
What a fight!
that was the best outcome.
This is it!
Bro hits like an absolute freight train.
Yep. So yeah, Axel no longer has the super force medal, so he's regular tankiness. So yeah, it's just again insane the damage output.
Yeah, but you're not at the your HP doesn't get absolutely destroyed from having it equipped, so
No.
I think the bigger struggle is that like his damage is just gonna bottom out. But I mean, he's here to do the invincible bait anyway, so
Yeah.
I don't know, Miria. Chat's opinion is like the voice acting in this game was peak. And it's like ironic peak, I'd say. It's not like it's memorable bad rather than like offensively bad, you know?
Yeah,
That's the way I look at it anyway.
It's a peak example of what voice acting was like at that time.
Yeah. What? 2 takes? No. We don't do 2 takes. This is a 1-take household. Yeah, lofty stands to the X series. True. True. Looks like we're slowly but surely getting through his HP. I guess that's the only frustrating part is like the HP pool. I pointed out earlier that like the enemy's HP bar drops as you do damage to him, but it doesn't do the same thing with the boss's HP pool. You don't actually get any indicator outside of like the HP bar that refills in between attacks.
Yeah.
The only way you can really tell is based on like how hard your hit was and how much HP goes down, or how much of the little yellow bar starts like jumping down or dropping down ever so slightly.
Here I go! Now the real fun starts!
Yet again, we abuse Marno. Or her physic of just taking every turn
Bring 'em on!
first.
How many turns do you want? Yes.
Yes.
How many you got? Yeah, that too.
I'm Axel.
I gotta say, some of these builds are really interesting, honestly. It's like I don't ever think I considered using like the HP missiles to get extra attacks out of Marno. And then the decoy into hyper mode, super cool too.
Yeah.
My turn.
I do appreciate how like
Yeah,
the combat
that's-
and the no, go ahead.
I was gonna say that's why I thought it'd be fun to showcase this because of how unique.
Yeah.
Even unique compared to the normal Glitchless category. This is very different.
Yeah, and it like uses the entire party swapping between characters. Like you did it a little bit in the run, but right now we're like leveraging our entire party and all of their hyper modes and everything, as well as all their like special abilities. Not really missing a beat, we're using it all. The glitches that we aren't using aren't actually available in the version we're playing. The US version doesn't have them, but you can glitch out your force medals, so you can equip a ridiculous amount of them to get super overpowered in the JP version. And you get so overpowered to the point where, like, the fact that you get the force metal erosion just doesn't matter.
Yep. Alright, this should do it.
Although
Yeah.
it's a bit hard to explain, honestly, because most of it's happening in Japanese. So it's not very obvious what's happening outside of they just suddenly can kill everything by looking at it. You don't even have to attack anymore.
Where are you? First instance, you see the X heart used. I think that's.
Oh yeah,
that's good.
I mean, I agree, Knight. Like the conceit of like having a negative reinforcement system, just like I did not even consider doing it. So like when they're like, oh, force metal erosion reached, I'm like, okay, I'm not supposed to do that. I got wrecked by the same system in Battle Network 2, actually, because the customizer is kind of the same way, but there can be some very like low impact glitches from the customizer that really don't make you have issues. Yeah, the bugs. But there are some of them that like are beneficial or very barely impactful that it's worth it. Like I didn't realize until years later when I was watching some like competitive Battle Network PvP, where like some of the bugs are very useful. And not even just the bug style, but I mean like it's worth putting this in and letting it be off the side of the customizer for the, you know, extra chips or whatever versus, you know, having some bug like anti-float shoes or some weird thing. Yeah, and some of the bugs can actually be beneficial if you know what you're doing. Problem is, I don't know what I'm doing. Ooh, nice. Almost got him down in like a couple turns there. You would think the 3 enemies would come back on the 6 tails, but what do I know?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Battle Network 6 is a really cool one. I saw it in the submissions. I was hoping that it would make it into the run, or the marathon, but it didn't, unfortunately.
Transform!
This is a bit problematic.
Give it everything.
5 Tails is very squishy, but he does carry SOS. So if you take down one, another one will spawn it back in, and that's what's going to happen.
Need to, gotta get rid of them all in one go, huh?
Yep, and that didn't work, or that didn't happen, so it didn't even matter. Massimo couldn't do it by himself. Awesome counter. Yep, there it is.
Rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. Now that I see it, I know what you're talking about. Like, I remember this fight being a slobber knocker. Because if you don't plan your turns out properly, you're just not going to have a fun time. Hey, that's cool. Thanks.
Bring them on!
Yep.
Literally anybody else? Literally anybody else. Yeah, I mean the PvP stuff on Battle. Go ahead.
I want to preserve decoys because if I can kill my decoys, I don't have to go back. But because of this fight alone, I might have to waste some time backtracking on the way back. So we'll see. We'll see, but continue.
fight.
Yeah, there's a couple of different channels I've seen for like PvP, or some of the like cool insta kills you can get on PvM in some of the Battle Network games. Like I was saying, the Star Force thing that relay that we're gonna do next weekend is actually I basically just asked the people from the Battle Network Discord, and they're like, "Yeah, here you go." So there is Team Battle Network that does relatively frequently have events. Oh no!
All right, actually, I do want to explain this fight. So,
Gotcha.
how Six Tails works, if you don't know, or forgot. He starts off saying like, "Defeat me in 10 turns" or something like that. If you do not, he will boost all of his stats and he will heal to max. However, if after 10 turns after that, if you do not beat him, he will self-destruct. So you put the two and two together. You just stall, go to Axel, go to hyper mode, and you win. So it's a very easy, simple, stupid fight, but whatever works.
I mean, yeah. If it works, right?
Yeah.
No reason to buck the trend.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, somebody in chat was asking about the erosion stuff. So you can equip items that increase your strength. They do a litany of things. They can either increase your WE every turn, start you off with more WE, start you off with more LE, which is your life, increase your strength, your speed, defense, your defense against certain elements or status ailments. And some of those are stronger than others. Like one of the ones that we've been using on Zero that's causing the erosion is actually a Super Force Metal Beta that you get from the final boss. And that is 100 points in... Let me check this again. It's 100 points in both attack and power and shield, as well as 20 speed, at the cost of 99 erosion. Which, either you just equip it and you get the erosion status effect, or you equip some resistance metals so that you don't get erosion. But erosion will inflict negative status effects kind of at random. Either it randomly reduces your max HP by anywhere between 10 or 90% of your full HP, and other negative status effects. Basically, it's like a punishment system for equipping too much gear to try and balance the game. But if you have a plan around it, like what you can do in this instance is you put beta on and then put on a decoy so that when you die, you just instantly revive. It's fine. Like right here, we could also put it on Axel as well. And then he dies once, gets back up, goes immediately into hyper mode, can't take any more damage. So it's a pretty cool interaction. Right now we have it on Zero.
Yep, and that's the fight.
Honestly, I think self-destruct got me the first time I fought here. I was like, what the... That's cheating!
Yeah. Nah, actually, I'm not gonna.
But the immunity to erosion depends on the character, so they kind of try to balance the characters around their equipment, available equipment slots, and their actual base erosion.
Actually,
So it's all kind of a balancing act.
mhm.
Luckily, your weapons and your the missile attach-ons that you get with your main weapons don't count towards that. So there was an item we missed out on earlier called the generator that would just generate WE every turn we used it at the cost of not having an additional attack. But we missed out on that, so we might have to load a save because some of these fights are pretty demanding and tight. So without that extra WE, we may not be able to fight.
I'm tough enough.
Yeah, the erosion stat, I believe, goes up with the levels. Not very much, but once you grind enough, the erosion stat will hit a point where, like, you can probably get an extra thing on. I don't think you get extra slots, though. The slots are just determined by character, and they're always like that. Some characters get 4 slots, other characters get 2.
Giving it everything!
And it's really interesting to see these fights, like, scheduled out in such a way that you can get through a single fight in a single, hyper mode from Axel, so he can just tank all the damage.
Yeah. Whoops. It's fine.
You're better to, like, hit at full damage rather than, and lose a little bit of time to not having the, negative status effect.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Oh, I miscalculated. It doesn't matter. He only healed for 1600. That's actually really lucky. I thought that would killed.
Scuff.
Yeah. Part of it's greed, but part of it's just how the fight goes.
Yeah, it seems like this is one of those fights. 777! No! Whoa. It really was unlucky.
Cool. I think. Okay, yeah, I'm good.
You appreciate the secret
Oh,
weapon that Zero gets here. It's just a fire sword.
Yeah.
Nice.
My true power!
Just timed out perfectly. I'll remind you guys, the like button formation on the GameCube controller is kind of cursed. So it's pretty hard to like mash all 4 buttons like that. Unlike every modern controller that has the same like diamond shape. It's a very weird, like, I'd say Y-ish shape almost. And none of the buttons are like a uniform size. They're all just like different sizes. 2 random beans, 1 big A button, and then a tiny little B button just kind of chilling out. So weird.
I challenge you to a fight.
Oh yeah, X dive. At least there's the I think there's the offline version that has like all the cool things from the X dive gacha game without having to deal with the gacha mechanics. Not 100% certain because I never did check it out. It does look pretty cool though. Character design's really nice.
Giving it everything!
I'm tough enough. This is it!
Watcha! Watcha!
Lost. Bring them on! Lost. Bring them on!
True power.
I think that's good. Please? You're kidding me. Okay.
Full power. Here goes.
And he's gonna SOS. Usually he should have SOS. I am not complaining that he doesn't, or did that he didn't. Okay.
Hardly a fight.
Oh, the key and hyper. So I would risk it all, but there's a chance that if things go bad, the fight will be impossible. So I just rather I'm just gonna finish the run. I'm gonna play it safe, buy some decoys, heal. Because with Zero, only having 2 hypercharges, Axel with however many he has, and like 2 decoys in stock, I don't think it's worth it to risk it. Yeah, unfortunately, this means I will have to forfeit a record, but it's fine. It's gonna be a PB anyway. Oops.
Yeah, the major difference between the GameCube and the PS2 version is the PS2 version's got a lower frame rate, so it just runs slower in the terms of a speed run, but the only 2 versions that have meaningful differences is actually the JP versus the US version. But in terms of a speedrun, technically it's faster on GameCube just because it runs quicker. It's like a PAL versus US type thing, which is kind of annoying, but it is what it is. Hopefully we'll just get a re-release of it and it won't matter. Be very nice if we manage to nail that. Looks like we had to backtrack for a couple of decoys after 8, or did we get capsized?
Yeah, I needed decoys and I needed a heal.
I kind of figured.
Hypers.
Gotcha. Yeah, Capcom, please. I mean, they're slowly making their way through it. The only thing, like, I see Legends and Tronbon getting a release. It's like they're gonna get there eventually because they want money. The other one I'm hoping to see is like a Breath of Fire player, is like some sort of modern port of all of them. Because like 1 and 2, you have to have the Nintendo Switch service. 3 just isn't available, unfortunately, because there was never a PC release. 4 has a GOG release, and then everybody hates Dragon Quarter, so most people don't care. I do. So, I mean, Capcom has a lot of games that just, like, bro, just bundle it up, and we'll buy it. That's it. It's not hard. It's not hard.
All right, final fight.
Yeah, Miria is actually responsible for a lot of things. I keep watching like things about old ROM hacks or like decoding stuff, and I keep seeing Miria's name pop up, and I'm like, stop!
Sorry, I failed. Gotta fight.
Dragon Quarter is a Saga game, basically. I don't think the Saga runners would appreciate that.
Ready or not? Now the real fun starts. Direct hit.
Yeah, Dragon Quarter is a good game. I mean, I'm running it at, like, the IRL RPG Limit Break event. So hopefully I can get people to at least give it a watch and maybe a chance. I think Dragon Quarter on its face is a good game. It's just not within expectations of a Breath of Fire title. Is its biggest struggle. It's a roguelike before they started popping off, so a lot of people didn't really know what to make of it, other than it was annoying. Meanwhile, Marino's just like 1,000 knives of death here.
Yep.
So we have anything cool for this last fight, or is it just going to be a war of attrition?
I mean, the only thing to know is it's kind of poetic that you get to swap in all 6 members at one point. But aside from that, it's just do as much damage as you can. There's not much anything to note.
Give it and everything!
We just don't use Absolute Zero or Ultimate Armor X, huh?
Yeah, no.
That's rough.
Oh, that's right.
I'm kind of... I feel kind of... I feel some kind of way about that.
Yeah.
Go bite the super boss, get the super boss drop, and then proceed to not use it.
Yeah, again, if we were to go all bosses, we would have access to the armors, but because we don't have to go through Duckbill Mole and Raphaelshian, yeah, we'll never see it.
Gotcha.
Alright, so time is going to be coming up. Just letting you know.
Nope.
Behold, my true power!
Alright, when it says breakdown, it's time.
Here goes!
Time!
Nice.
Alright.
I guess we didn't need the generator after all. GG.
Thank you. Thank you.
Need more power.
So that is Mega Man X Command Mission, any present Glitchless, and Ninetails. So
Yeah, funsy category. That was really fun to watch. X's weapon, Cinnamon's weapon. Score is settled. General Great Redips. So I guess this is a bunch of lore stuff, yeah? Interesting. Yeah, it's been a blast. I did not realize we were going to be done this soon. I really expected it to take longer. You have anything you want to say before we get headed out? Let me see if I can find somebody to raid while I'm giving you a second to...
Yeah, tell us about where people can find more information on this game or this run if they'd like to look into it more.
Sure. So for one, the Discord server, the Mega Man X speedrun server, there is a channel for Command Mission under like spin-offs or something like that. That's always open. That's where you get in contact with the community. As far as content, My channel has some runs. My dream is that one day I'll have videos like a tutorial on how to speedrun this game, but
It's a lot
unfortunately
of work,
there's
so
yeah. I just don't have it out yet, but so shout outs to all the other Mega Man X runners. Thank you, Sid and Ashen, for hosting me. And thank you, chat, for watching.
yeah.
So,
Thank you all. As we wrap up, we want to remind everybody that it is March 15th, which means that a lot of stuff for the main marathon event came out today. As a reminder, the marathon itself will be in May 17th through 23rd in Denver, Colorado. But some big important things came out today, Sid.
Yeah, we have the event registration, hotel booking, prize submissions, and more importantly for you, chat, we actually have the games list come out. So you guys can finally get a look at all the cool games that we have going on. My run, and my run. But actually, honestly, we have a very bang-up list this year. Every year, I'm super excited to see when the list drops. The Games Committee does their dangdest to make sure we have a very good list that's balanced well between, incentives, doing our best to earn money for the charity, but also so that everybody gets a good balance that isn't specifically focused on that donation incentive. So I hope you guys can find something on there that you enjoy. But if you do want to come on the site with us, remember event registration, hotel booking. When you register for the event, you'll get a link to the hotel after that as well. Prize submission is something that we can always use some of. Even if you're not going to come on site, prize submissions would be a great way to help us out. It goes a long way to help supporting the event. And I know our prize coordinator, Ambly, would very much appreciate your assistance with that.
Yep.
Other than that...
We're also currently accepting volunteer applications. So those will be continuing until next Sunday. Or a week from... that's a week from today. Great. Until March 22nd. So now that the event schedule's out and the game schedule's out, if you had like specific things you were hoping for to either work or because you know that you'll possibly be running or on the couch for those, go ahead and get your applications in for those. And more information on all of this is available on our website, rpglimitbreak.com, or in our Discord, which is also linked from the website.
Yep. I guess we will get a raid going with Cordelium, who is actually one of our Final Fantasy VIII runners. He's running Final Fantasy VIII
right now,
but he'll be doing Dragon Quest VIII on site. He will be one of our runners. Words, don't nail me down. Just ignore what I say for the most part. You'll figure out there's truth somewhere in the middle. He's an 8 kind of guy. Yeah, there we go.
Exactly.
Plexel's got it. He's got me covered.
It's about halfway through a Final Fantasy VIII run now. So
yeah, it is a lengthy game. Hopefully, you guys will enjoy it. I think 8 is like the perfect speedrun game. It just happens to be balanced in a really good way for that. Mm-hmm. But that's where we send you guys. Thanks everybody for dropping by. It was great having you. Look forward to seeing you next weekend.